Tonight is episode 15 of The House in Fata Morgana. Now, this is the penultimate episode of The House in Fata Morgana, a series that has endured months on this channel. I don't know if did we cross the 50-hour mark yet, or are we about to? I don't quite know where it all sits with Fata Morgana. The House in Fata Morgana is at just over 40 hours. So by the time we're done here, it will be a 50-hour story. 43 hours, 43 minutes, and 58 seconds. Unbelievable. Did you like that it was one of my top Twitch categories? When I saw everybody post their Twitch recaps and saw the House of Fata Morgana squeaking into those top 4 slots, it was so funny. I loved it so much. I cannot say enough how happy I am to see people interested and, going on this ride with me, because I've never played a game like this in my life. I can tell you right now, it probably will not be the last visual novel I play, especially on this channel. I love the approach to storytelling. You guys know that I love characters. And a visual novel is so character driven in all of its, motions and everything. It's so much more than like reading a novel. A visual novel, at least Fata Morgana, doesn't really spend as much time on descriptions of things and places and ideas. It is a dialogue-driven story about interpersonal character relationships, and I just totally adore it for that. It's my kind of storytelling. It's my kind of story. And we're here right at the end. Nearly. Damn near. And if you remember where we left off last time, there is only wait for it, one day until her death. Last stream, remember, we met Maria, the real Maria, and we kind of got a little bit more backstory into the real Yukimasa's motivations and his relationship with the nun, who goes by Marie here. And we had that slumber party with Maria, Nelly, and Marie, Pauline, absolutely. It's been great. I cannot wait to get back in the saddle here and keep going with this. Thank you for understanding the date change from Sunday to Tuesday. We are finishing this game up this week. And away we go. Thanks, everybody. Huh? My head feels like someone drove a spike through it. What's going on? Am I in the cellar? What? My hands are tied up behind my back. What am I doing down here? Wait. Giselle? Say something, Giselle. Unable to make any sort of sense out of my circumstances, it's not long after I regain consciousness that panic begins to sink in. And the most unsettling thing of all, the most frightening detail, is the fact that I can't hear her voice. Awake, are we? Are you the one who brought me here? What? You don't remember this morning? Morning? Right. I woke up because I heard someone enter the room. That was loud. And then he hit me over the head. You're not dead, at least. That's good. What do you hope to accomplish by tying me up and bringing me down here? Remember what I said last night at supper about me putting on a little sideshow for you? What? I was reenacting the Last Supper, with you as the guest of honor. Oh, now I see. When you were asking if I had any family or friends, you were trying to find out if anyone would notice if I disappeared, if anyone would make any noise. You're sharper than you look. If only you'd caught on yesterday. Please, Giselle, say something. Giselle, why won't you answer me? Why can't I hear your voice? Why can't I feel you there? You're a quiet one. I thought you'd be a little louder. What made you decide to get rid of me? Did the nun say something? She has nothing to do with this. I have permission from the Lord to act at my own discretion. Should I come across anyone acting suspicious? This doesn't seem in the least bit wrong to you? Well, I wouldn't say that. You're an acquaintance's friend who made a long trip to come see him, and I have you tied up in the cellar. That's not what I would consider right, no. But seeing as you're good enough friends for him to let you stay here, well, I assume he's also spilled everything. He never had what it took, that boy. If I were to guess, it got to be too much for him to handle, so he went to a friend. To you. Leave him out of this. I see. So how much did he tell you? If you come clean, I might even let you go. Get rid of him, have you take his place. I said, leave him out of this. So you're determined not to talk, are you? What a loyal friend. Listen to me. Listen? Oh, I'm listening. Because you have a lot of talking to do. I don't have many chances to let loose, so I'll be taking as much time as I can get today. He says in an eerily flat tone of voice as he draws nearer, pausing between each step as if to taunt me. And when he reaches me, struggling to get off the ground, he slams his heel into my shoulder. Not being able to use your hands makes you appreciate how much easier it is to stand up when you can, doesn't it? Help! Someone, please help! Don't waste your energy. No one ever comes back this far. And the door's so heavy your screams would never make it out. But that's the least of your worries. The door to the cellar's been locked, and the only key is right here. There's no getting in. If you can run fast enough, you might have a chance of making it to the door and escaping. Want to test your luck? I doubt you can make it. He puts the full weight of his body into his heel, pressing down on my spine, turning my breaths into gasping sputters. I gather together all my strength, but even that isn't enough to overpower him. Now you're gonna tell me everything. What are you and the boy scheming? What's your end game, and who else is in on it? Damn it. I don't have many options here. What can I even do in this situation? Tell me what I want to know, and maybe I'll let you live. I guess I have no choice but to tell him the truth. All right, fine. I'll tell you everything. Just know that this isn't some attempt to beg for mercy. I came to this mansion in order to unlock the door to the observation tower and free Morgana. Mel was not the one who told me about her, though. I went to him and asked for his assistance. He didn't have to tell me because I already knew, both about her and what you're doing to her, stealing her blood and making medicine from it. Well, who told you then? Morgana did. Morgana's soul told me everything. I'm not from this time. I lived in a time after her death. Takes me several moments to process what had just happened. A fire runs up my arm from my little finger, only turning into pain when it finally reaches my brain. I twist my head back to see the man on top of me, holding my right hand. My finger snapped backward at the second joint. Dude, this guy loves snapping fingers. It's his whole thing. Remember on the boat? I'll ask you again. Who told you? Morgana did. She dies on the day of the Harvest Festival. Next up is your ring finger, and then your middle, if you insist on keeping this up. I'm telling you the truth. She bears so much hatred, she casts a curse on your souls. I've seen what happens in your next life. Now you're resorting to souls and next lives? Well, I'm genuinely impressed. What lies are you going to cook up next, you white-haired knave? If I don't set Morgana free, your souls will be enslaved for all eternity, imprisoned in this cursed mansion. When the bell tolls noon on the day of the Harvest Festival, you'll lose everything. All of you will. You cannot escape it unless you do something. And the nun, the reason you locked Morgana up in the first place, she won't be safe either. She'll be killed. Two fingers left. Can you keep up the act that long? Everything I'm saying is the truth. I've seen it all with my own two eyes. I know I said this last week, but I don't think letting her out of the cage before noon is going to stop her death. You're probably right. You're probably right. I think that her fate may be, in a realistic sense, her fate has probably been sealed for a while. But why are you so insistent on maintaining this farce? Is it to protect the boy? Or do you have some other motive? Every last word is true. Continuing to lie isn't going to make this any easier. Your voice is shaking. That pain's starting to get to you, isn't it? What you're doing to Morgana, it achieves nothing. You must release her and atone for your sins. Otherwise, your soul and the souls of those you care about will be doomed to suffering. I see what this is now. You don't have the information I want, so all you can do is spin these lies. You thick-skulled bastard. There are other options, though. Beg me for mercy. Sob like a little child, sniveling your "please don't kill me's" and "I don't want to die's" and "it hurts so bad, please stops." Grovel on the ground, you tiny, pathetic man. And if you can entertain me, well, maybe I'll consider it. I will never shed another tear, and I will never beg for your damn mercy. Nothing I've said to you has been a lie, some cheap attempt to fool you into letting me go. Every word of it is true. I know the sins you've burdened your soul with. I know the fate that awaits you in your next life, and I will gladly tell you every detail. You're down to just your thumb. Now go on, if you're so eager to tell me. Well, let's hear about my supposed next life, shall we? In your next life, you lose your memory in an accident, causing you to forget your own humanity. The innate savagery you normally keep hidden beneath a mask is released, unrestricted. You turn into a creature no more than... No, you turn into a beast. My mask. You murder countless people, including the woman you once called your lover. Lover? Hers is a name you know very well. Pauline, your tether. My tether? How do you know that word? Because I know everything. I know what you wanted. I know what you were never able to obtain. You idolized humanity, and you yearned for peace. You're telling me I kill the nun in my next life? I am. That is the fate that lies waiting for you. Her love for you is so strong that she refuses to believe you're dead, and she leaves her seaside hometown in search of you when she finds you. But you slaughter her. Did you say she lived in a city on the sea? In addition to her, you also lose someone else, a woman who tried to give you the peace you so desired, which eventually causes you to succumb entirely to instinct. Enough! All right. Fine. Now I know what you are. You're no mere seasoned liar. You're some kind of evil spirit that deceives humans, peering into my heart, tailoring your lies specifically to manipulate me. I'm not, I swear. I've seen everything that happens. Enough. But there's a chance you can change your fate. All you have to do is cease your involvement in Morgana's imprisonment, set her free, and allay the hatred she bears for you. Are you deaf? I said I've heard enough. Release Morgana, save your soul, and give her a better future. Silence! I think I'll take your arm off first. Cut right through your shoulder, nice and slowly. Oh, it'll still be attached for a while yet, don't you worry. You hear that, spirit? Well, that's the sound of your flesh ripping apart. The sound of your muscles being severed. Holy shit. Not gonna be doing much talking anymore, are you? Not through the pain, you aren't. Plead for your life, spirit. Beg for mercy. Admit it was all a sham and apologize. Well, let the room fill with your cries of agony. Nothing was a sham. Every last word, it's all the truth. I'll rip that head right off your shoulders. I don't care who or what you are anymore. You're dead. He'll do no such thing? Who is it? Ooh! Get back! You will not harm him further. Pauline. What? What are you doing here, Pauline? I told you to stay away. And the door. The door was locked. I opened it. Mal, of course you did. You. One of Nellie's hairpins was long enough to get into the lock and undo it. She won't be getting much use out of it anymore, though. I busted it up pretty badly in the process. The locks on the tower door are too complex, but the one here's a lot simpler. Bet you never expected me to go cat burglar on you, huh? You stupid boy. Oh, what was your question last night again? Something about being on the edge of a cliff or whatever? Well, here's your answer. I'll do everything I can to save both of them. This is terrible. How could you? Oh my. You're badly hurt. Sit tight. I'll call for a doctor. Don't worry about me. You need to talk to him to get him to talk. We've got to do something about you, though. I'll get that wound patched up at least. At least you can get it properly checked out. Thank you. Was it you who went to get Pauline? No. I ran into her while I was looking for you, which is when she told me she was looking for him. Neither of us were having any luck, so we scoured the mansion together.
And when we reached the stairs to the cellar and heard the screaming, well, my worst fears were confirmed. So I picked the lock, and here we are. I'm sorry we didn't make it sooner. This could have been avoided. God, look at what he did to you. There's so much blood. And your fingers.
No, you made it just in time. My arm's still attached, and I'm not dead, neither of which would be true without you.
So I guess that means I actually did something good for once? I did something for someone other than myself?
That you did.
So everything Michelle said is true? The Lord isn't storing his valuables in the tower. He's got a girl locked up there. Well, is it true or not?
It's still the Lord's property either way. The church is being funded with her miracle blood, so that makes her valuable. Yes.
So you're saying I've been handing out human blood and telling people it was medicine?
Not human. Witch. No, Morgana is a human girl. She hasn't become a witch yet, at least not here.
All this time, I've been lying to the people who believe in me, without even knowing what I was doing.
Like you said, you didn't know. You haven't done anything wrong.
Ignorance does not excuse sin. All that time I spent with you, I didn't notice anything wrong.
That was the idea. You weren't supposed to notice anything. It's not your fault I deceived you. It's unreasonable to think you should have been able to.
All that... You did it to help me, though, didn't you? Like a stupid little girl. Oh, I assumed it was out of the good of your heart. Never once stopping to think any deeper than that, about where it was all coming from. Oh, Maria was right, I was blind. I was content to be pleased about the people I thought it was helping. I want you to do something for me. I want you to set this girl, set Morgana, free. Please, do not make your sins any greater than they already are.
But without the witch's blood, well, we lose the Lord's patronage and the church.
What good is a church that isn't actually saving anyone? Actually, no. That's avoiding the point entirely.
What do you mean?
To tell you the truth, I never really cared about the church at all.
You what? How can you say that? When you've always been so unconditionally charitable. Even if it meant giving away food or money that you needed yourself. People call you the saintess because that's what you are. A saint.
It's true. I do that. But the fact is, I'm no saint. I don't deserve to be held up as one, nor do I belong in that position. I'm just an ordinary girl. I never wanted to be a nun, you know. I just didn't have any options available to me. And I sure didn't have the confidence to make it out there on my own, like Maria. So I did as I was told. And to keep myself from thinking it was a mistake, from feeling dissatisfied with that choice, I put everything I had into my responsibilities to the church. My unconditional charity was rooted entirely in selfishness, and the longer I kept it up, the harder it became to stop, and I forgot what I really wanted.
And what would that be?
A normal, happy life, as an ordinary girl.
In a city on the water.
What?
That's what you said your dream was. For your next life.
Oh, right, yes. A quiet life with the man I love.
You might get that wish, in fact.
Hmm?
You.
That's what you said, wasn't it? That in her next life, she lives in a city by the sea. That is correct. In your next life, Pauline, you are not a nun. You're an ordinary girl who lives in a seaside city. A sweet, cheerful, energetic girl who wears her heart on her sleeve. You have both your mother and father. And I. So you believe me now? I don't know. Your claims are utterly ridiculous, but it's getting harder to think that you're lying. If that's what you really wanted, Pauline, what should I have done instead? I envied what you had. That's solace. The last thing I wanted was for you to lose it. But you're saying you found no peace in that life. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong lines. But you're saying you found no peace in that life? That's right. So what should I have done? I wanted you to take me away from this place. Somewhere far away. I wanted you to make it so that I could be Pauline, not Marie. That would have been my ideal life. To live with you. To have a family with you. How? How was I supposed to know? You couldn't possibly have known, and I realize that. That makes me every bit as complicit as you. Set Morgana free? I'll be expected to pay for my crimes. That itself's not a problem. I have every intention of facing the consequences. But we've done terrible, gruesome things. And I don't know what the usual punishment for such is in this land. But if I had to guess, I would say execution. And me being an outsider makes it easier for people to place the blame on me. I won't be able to take you away. We'll find each other again in our next lives, okay? Okay. As I'm sure you heard, my involvement in this conspiracy ends here. I'm glad to hear you've decided to take action. Dude. Sorry about your fingers and arm. I'm still alive. That's what matters. The third key is in the Lord's possession. You said you needed it by noon of the Harvest Festival, yes? Which means we need to act quickly. Hey, Lurking Horror, welcome in. That's correct. We must set Morgana free before the bell tolls noon tomorrow. Then tonight. That's the time the Lord will be here. Tonight I'll kill him and take his key. Whoa, hold up. Wait, slow down. Slow down, buddy. Put your sword down for 2 minutes. Chill. We're not shedding any blood to get this key. Do you remember what I said a few minutes ago about not committing any further sins? Well, he's not likely to hand over the key without a fight, though. We need to convince him, not force his hand. Neither were you, buddy. Besides, simply opening the door is not enough. And why not? My goal here is to save Morgana's soul, and in order to do that, I need to pacify at least some degree of the hatred she bears in it. A hatred rooted in her perception of you and the things you've done to her. I need to change that perception. Well, I'm not quite following. What do you mean by change her perception? For you and the Lord to tell your stories, to describe what happened from your perspectives. You want my perspective? I do.
Something in your motivations or your circumstances might serve to lessen the animosity she holds for you. The greater the discrepancy in what she believes to be the truth and the full story, with everyone's perspectives included, the greater the chance she may have a change of heart. Okay, I now understand what you want from me. However, my perspective will do nothing to serve that end. There is no ambiguity. There's no justification for my actions. Regardless, I would still like to know the whole truth, if you're willing to tell me your part of it. Okay. I'll come by your room later today.
Hey, is it alright if I'm there too?
Sorry. I would rather if you weren't.
Why?
Everything you need to know, I've told you already. I captured a witch. No. I kidnapped a young girl for profit, and I imprisoned her in the tower. My motivation, as I said, was to keep your church funded. Those are the facts. The things I did along the way were brutal and inhumane. I hope you can understand why I wouldn't want the woman I love to hear any of that.
I understand.
I'll see you again later in the day. I'll be waiting.
I should get going too. You're going to need medication and something to get that arm dressed properly. If there's anything else I can get you, let me know. And if you want to see a doctor, well, I'll find you the best one I can. I'm so sorry for ever doubting you.
No, I understand. I'm glad you came at all.
Me too. Well, see you.
Well, that just happened. I'm kind of surprised. He's actually got a soft spot, huh? And I was sure you were full of it when you said the two of them had a thing going. What does she see in a guy like him, anyway? She's got a bad taste in guys, that's for sure. He's right behind me, isn't he?
That's when he showed up to Morgana's place and knocked on the door.
What's with that look?
Well, I'm just admiring your rather inappropriate remarks.
Sorry. I was just so relieved it kinda came out.
No, it's okay. You almost got a smile out of me.
I've never seen you smile before.
I blame being relieved, too. Now, would you mind helping me get back to my room?
Sure, no problem. My shoulder's all yours. You know, you really are something else, Michelle. I could hear you through the door as I was getting it opened, and honestly, I'm amazed you were able to stand up to him like that. I don't want to get my hopes up too high just yet, but I'm starting to think you might actually be able to do something about the Lord.
It's reassuring. Thank you.
Sure. Anyway, let's get going. You should get as much rest as you can until he shows up. Well, I mean, you should be going to see a doctor with these wounds. Oh yeah, Nellie's been worried sick about you all day. I'll have to tell her not to pounce on you because I'm sure she'll come running as soon as she hears we found you.
I love Mel, man. Man, justice for Mel. Full, even in the first door, he is just a little dumb kid. Oh man. Mel. My guy. Nellie hopping on Michelle's back and the arm just pops off, right. Giselle, you were right. I do have people here who will support me. People who are grateful for me and who show concern for me. But you have to know, Giselle, that it's your voice I want to hear more than anyone else's. Why can I not hear you? Where are you, Giselle? Giselle. Yeah, what's she saying? Where's she right now? It's almost sunset. Looks like the snow didn't stick. Oh, someone asked if I saw snow. I did. One day of the trip we did see snow, the last day. On my sister's birthday. I saw snow, but the whole week was dry. There was one night of really bad rain, and on the last day I did see snow up in Michigan, which was really nice. You couldn't actually see the snow last night, could you, Giselle? Was that when the light started fading from the sphere of darkness encasing you, or had it been going on even longer than that? Why didn't you say anything? Not a word. I don't believe you're gone for good. You're still out there somewhere, and I know it. And I will come for you. I swear it. Just a moment. What's up, buddy? Here I am, as promised. I heard you talking, so I thought there was someone with you. But you're alone? It's only me, yes. I see. As I told you earlier, my perspective on events will do nothing to change Morgana's mind. I would still like to hear what you have to say. Man, my nose itches so bad. Sorry. It's like here and here. It's killing me. All right. Not being from this land, I don't believe in the local god, nor do I think priests and preachers any better than con artists. Where did that come from? What I'm trying to say is if I give a confessional, well, it won't be to another human. You are an angel. Come again? The angel from the stained glass window. That's you, isn't it? Hi, Brad. What's up? Wait. How on earth did you come to that conclusion? Well, I was thinking about everything you had said earlier, in the cellar. The fact that you knew about Morgana. The fact that you could see into my heart. And in particular, all your talk about saving people's souls. Salvation is not a man's job. Which means you must be something else. I will tell you everything. Every foolish mistake. Every terrible crime. And in exchange, I would like you to tell me what I am to do next, to lead me down the path I am to take. I terrify myself. With every passing day, my ability to tell which direction I'm supposed to be heading in dulls. So after I tell my story, I want you to do that for me. Please, will you show me the way? I can no more decide the path you take than you, but you saw into my heart. Giselle, if you were here, you would encourage me to agree to his request, wouldn't you? Okay. I can't guarantee that anything I'll have to say will be of use, but I will do the best I can to lead you in the right direction. Thank you. Now, before I begin, there's one thing I need to clarify. I am not in love with Pauline. She does play an important role in my life, though. That much is true. She's your tether. Exactly. I also, well, I suppose you could say, admire her. She's everything I'm not, and everything I cannot be. Is that something I should tell her, you think? That I don't love her? That I'm incapable of feeling love?
Should I tell her that, knowing she genuinely loves me? My instinct tells me I shouldn't. I know very well I'm lying to her, but there are circumstances in which a lie is preferable to the truth, are there not? With that said, I'm ready to begin. You have my full attention. We better get some cool music here. I can't wait. Hi, Brad. How are you? How are you doing? As you know, I'm not from this land. The issue is, I don't know any more about where I came from than you. I remember the Silk Road, stretching out before me as far as the eye can see, clouds of dusts wisping across the bare dirt trail. That endless expanse of red earth remains branded into the very fabric of my mind. But beyond that, most of my memories are gone. I can only remember the last 5 years or so of my life. In my oldest real memory, I was a slave. I didn't work on some nobleman's estate, but instead I did physical labor, construction work. I built roads and buildings, tore down hills and mountains. That's where it was decided someone built like I am would be the most use, I suppose. Hey, hearts, welcome, welcome. And while I doubt I need to tell you this, well, living conditions were miserable. Other slaves withered away and died on a daily basis. Working a noble's estate would have been easier without a doubt, if only for the fact I would have a specific master. I don't remember anything about my life before becoming a slave. All I have are those few images, from which I can guess I was part of a caravan or perhaps a messenger. I vaguely remember being waylaid. We were vastly outnumbered, massacred with little resistance. Or at least I assume that's what happened. When I next woke up, I had been stripped bare and was surrounded by men I didn't recognize. The words they spoke were gibberish to my ears, but I could tell from the tone of voice and expressions that the things they were saying were not friendly. They seemed to be mocking me, laughing at me. Yeah, he was on a bit of a bender. As you might expect, I attempted to protest, but evidently I had been beaten quite badly while I was unconscious. My joints were stiff and swollen, and on top of my dehydration, I could barely move, let alone put up a fight. As strong as I might have been at full health, I was in no condition to do anything then. You have no idea what that's like. How it feels to be abused and humiliated, desperate for food and water. Literally, like 8 hours ago, this guy snapped every single finger on my right hand and cut my arm off so that I was like nearly headless Nick in that first Harry Potter. What are you talking about, dude? You don't know how it feels? You just did it. What do you mean nearly armless? What? Oh, I see. Okay, good. All right, good. Okay, at least they wrote it in. So as I was saying, I was a slave for one grueling, torturous year. No one treated me like a human being. There was no one from the same part of the world as me, and there was no one to come to my aid. Over time, I came to learn their language. Though I can only speak it, I don't know how to read or write. Yeah, that was really good writing. That was really good. They read me like a book. They saw right through me there. That was perfect. But to be honest, I think I was happier not understanding what people were saying about me. They had many words to describe me, and none of them flattering. Some of them would call me beast. The longer I was treated as something less than human, well, the more I began to question whether I really was one. A darkness grew inside me with each repeated insult. I wanted to make them pay for the daily abuse. And who wouldn't?
That desire to exact vengeance when you've been mistreated is only natural. It's perfectly reasonable. But they were right about what I was deep down. A beast. And my revenge went far beyond what could be considered reasonable. 4 years ago, I was sitting in a carriage as it rattled along a dirt road. Okay, this is where he was with Morgana. This was not the carriage you rode around town in, but a filthy slave transport. It was packed, front to back, with slaves. Or soon-to-be slaves, I suppose I should say. There were men, young women, and even children. Everyone wore a look of hopelessness on their faces, and no one had the strength left to resist. They looked like me a year earlier, deprived of food and water and beaten into submission. The slave traders' guards were armed, of course, swords hanging from their hips, ready to cut down anyone who showed any signs of resistance. So they sat there, lamenting their fate. Sitting beside me was a young girl, crying in silence. Glancing over at her, I caught a glimpse of her face. Large chunks of skin seemed to have fallen off it. It was, suffice to say, an unusual sight. But beyond that, I didn't think much of it. I didn't find it disturbing or unpleasant, perhaps because I had a similarly unusual appearance. What caught my attention, though, was the way she was crying. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it seemed different somehow from everyone else crying in the carriage. It was almost like her tears were not for herself. "Why are you crying?" At my question, the girl turned her head up to look at me. Surprise crossed her face for a few brief seconds, but that was her only reaction to my appearance. I assume her thought process was roughly the same as mine, so she felt no need to fear me. After a moment's hesitation, she said,
"I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me."
Her response perplexed me to no end. Why was she concerned about showing gratitude? Why was she not despairing of her own circumstances? And why was that the emotion that gripped her in that moment? Not hatred for the slave trader or sorrow for herself. To this day, I still don't understand. But that wasn't the only thing I found curious. Her voice, despite being soft, cut through the crying and the wailing of the other slaves. I pictured it like a single patch of clear water in the middle of a swamp, untainted by its surroundings, gently undulating. One sentence was all she said, but there was something unbelievably calming about the sound of it, and for a moment I was filled with a sense of tranquility. And though you may not believe it, I wanted to get her out of that filthy carriage, to undo the shackles threatening to taint her. And so I took action, driven by that desire. This is no lie, I promise. "No, don't kill me! Please! You can have all the money! You can go free if that's what you want! I'll apologize! Anything!" "What? Why are you laughing? Please spare me." "I have a wife and children, please." "I'm begging you." "And why? Why should I care?" Holding a sword in my hand felt amazingly right. Whatever work I once did must have required me to use a blade. And even with the shackles still around my wrists, I had little trouble slaughtering the slave traders and their guards. They let their guard down because we were restrained. The thought of anyone resisting never once crossed their minds. Hearts, we're 15 episodes and 44 hours in. It is an astounding story, an astounding game. I would recommend it wholeheartedly from the deepest core of my being. I think anybody in the world can pull something out of this. It's incredible. It really is. You perplex me, but I feel I am you in it. It's a VN. It's a full visual novel. It came out in 2012, and for a long time it held the top spot with a perfect 100 on Metacritic. And even now it's like in the 30s of all time. I think it has like a 96 or something, 97. Dead bodies sprawled out around me. Corpses I had made. Lives I had snuffed out. Look at this. See? No one can defeat me. They stood no chance against my strength. Hee hee. Did you see that one? See that little hee hee in there? Ha 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 ha. Hee hee. More. I need more. I need more. I don't have the words to describe the high it gave me, killing those men, and the power I felt over them. I was driven mad by the stench of blood filling the air. No, it just drew out what was always there. If I weren't already deranged, the corpses would have had nothing to stimulate in the first place. I think there have been like maybe 15 choices across the 44 hours. And all of the choices are like either frivolous or lead you to one of 8 endings, like a bad end. So it's like a one true good end for answering correctly, like a full linear story, or it has a few branches for, early conclusion bad endings. And we've seen them all so far. After taking the keys off one of the slave traders, I returned to the carriage, doing my best to act calm and suppress the bubbling exhilaration. Hey, you.
I'm going to Canadian Costco if anyone needs anything.
Anybody need anything from Canadian Costco? Does Canadian Costco have bulk-sized crunchy bars? I would love Cadbury Crunchy bars. They don't have them in the United States. Been my favorite. You got Crunchies? If you can get me a Crunchy, like a 24 pack or whatever it might be, I'll get you back. I would do it myself if I could. You. Say something, would you? But she said nothing, simply removing my shackles as commanded. Oh, because she couldn't understand his ass. If she had said even one word, let me hear that curiously calming voice of hers, then in all likelihood, I probably would have stopped there. But she remained perfectly silent. Everyone was in shock at what they had just witnessed, her included. In time, though, the slaves started cheering. The same people who had been wailing minutes earlier were now shouting praises. Our savior! You are our savior! We're free to go home! We can have our lives back! Undo our shackles, please! I'm a beast. What? I'm not a savior. I'm not a man. I'm a beast. Isn't that right? I'm a beast, aren't I? What are you? More. I need more. I thirst for more. What? Why are you pointing your... I need more. He's a sicko. In that moment, the last of my reason dissolved. I went into a frenzy, slaughtering the helpless slaves I had never intended to kill. Hey, John, thank you so much for that resub. I don't know if you're actually at Canadian Costco right now, but thank you so much. Thank you. I was euphoric. I couldn't get enough. I reveled in it. Never before had I felt such utter ecstasy. Their cries for mercy as I ripped through them were
were delicious. The look of fear in their eyes, the way their faces twisted, the splatters of blood around their mouths open in screams, the despair that filled them. I didn't care anymore that they were just as much victims as me, that they had suffered the same abuse and humiliation. All of that was buried beneath the waves of bliss that ravished me.
Oh, okay, hearts. I think I got it. You were watching Marty Moinklers, who raided into Gene, who raided into me. Is Marty your daytime watch? Or I guess Marty streams like any time, day or night, rain or like you never know. It's just, okay, you just know that it's like a 12-hour stream whenever it happens. Okay, got it. Perfect. I saw that emote and I was like, oh, okay, because we were trying to put it together. How did the raid train happen to get you here? And it's Marty. Okay, perfect. Just sussed it out. Because that's the thing about Marty streams. Earth Nuggets, I don't know if you know, they're each like 8 to 13 hours a stream. It just game hopping to who knows what, who knows when, and just gaming. Everyone who is asked to be spared, I skewered. I worked my way around the inside of the carriage, killing dozens upon dozens of slaves. Heads went rolling off shoulders, hot geysers of blood spewing from open necks. I was practically wading through blood by that point. To complicate my Twitch web, I knew Marty before I knew y'all. I figured that because I know Marty's been streaming forever. I met Marty, and we are only like very vaguely acquaintances through Tay. I met through Tay, and I believe Tay, I don't know how Tay and Marty, I think through Barf. I think Barfface 9000? Is that their account name? Something like that. Whatever. Others I disemboweled, leaving their entrails to hang out of their open guts. All of them had looks of agony frozen into their faces as death took them. I don't know if I was unconsciously avoiding her, or if it was just a coincidence, but the girl was the only one left alive. She, of course, hadn't been spared the mess, so she sat there, drenched in the sticky red gore. Her lips appeared to be trembling, though I couldn't tell for sure with so much of her skin missing. The fire inside me still burned white hot, and she was the reason I had done any of this in the first place. I had stood up because I wanted to set her free, but my original intentions were long since gone from my mind. Raw pleasure overwhelmed any sense of reason, so I approached the girl, pointing the sword at her neck. I expected her to scream, to beg for her life like the others, but she did nothing, simply stared up at me. Why didn't you run? At my question, the girl finally spoke.
Why did you kill them?
The sound of her voice quelled the furor within me. It baffled me. I had no control over it, yet this strange girl could pacify me with a single utterance. The words she used didn't matter, it was her voice. She could have called me a monster, and it would have had the same effect, because I felt like it. I couldn't explain my reason for murdering the slaves. I didn't have the words to express the things that drove me. All I could tell her was that I did it because I felt like it.
And why haven't you killed me yet?
I couldn't find a sure answer for that question in my somewhat rattled mind either. In retrospect, I realize now that her voice was my first tether. But at the time, I had no idea why I didn't take her life in my frenzy. I had killed other children, other women, young, old, sad, miserable, it didn't matter. Nothing had so much as prickled my conscience. I don't know, I said, and then I stepped off the carriage, and walked away, left with questions I couldn't answer. Was I really a beast? Was unleashing my innate savagery and reveling in the massacre of helpless people really all I wanted? I didn't know. After escaping from the slave traders, I became something of a bandit. We're back, baby. What's up? What's up, Floyd? I had no hope of anyone taking me in. Not only was I a murderer, I was a foreigner. Nor did I have any chance of finding decent work. So I lived by the sword, killing and plundering. The money, well, I honestly didn't give a damn about. I had no desire to be wealthy. It was simply a matter of survival. That, and quenching my thirst. I went on for about 3 years like that. Hey, I know this town. Until finally encountering something I couldn't defeat with my sword. No amount of muscle was enough to protect myself from disease. One day I woke up with chills, my vision blurry, barely able to move my own limbs. I set off for a nearby village hoping to see a doctor, but my body didn't last that long. I collapsed on the side of the road, drained of my last strength. It was a moderately busy road at that, so I assume I had made it close to the city. Dozens of people passed by, silently pretending not to see anything. I didn't look like someone a respectable person would want to involve themselves with in normal circumstances, so it was no surprise they weren't interested in this sick, filthy foreign man. Hell, I couldn't remember the last time I had bathed. It was hard to look at me, let alone get anywhere near me. This is where I'm going to die, I thought. It seemed like a suitable end to a mad, murderous monster's life, withering away on the side of the road beneath sneering passers-by. The fact that I was still alive at all after 3 years of leeching off other people's lives was itself wrong. I didn't lament my impending demise. I accepted that such was the way of the world. But then, I glanced up to see a woman in a nun's habit looking down on me.
Are you all right? Are you sick? I'm going to check your temperature, okay? Whoa, you're burning up. You shouldn't be out here in this condition. Do you not have anywhere to go? Don't worry, I've got you covered. There's a church not too far from here. Hang in there just a little longer and you'll be fine.
And what is your God going to do for me?
He helps people in need. It's not very big, but we've always got room for people who need it. You can rest up in one of the open beds, and I should be able to get you a little something to eat. I promise it'll be better than staying out here at any rate. Can you stand? Not a problem. We can do this together. Here, put your arm around my shoulders. The church isn't that far. We can do it.
You are going to carry me?
Yep. It'll be fine. We'll make it one way or another. Almost. We're almost there. Just a little longer.
I'm heavy, aren't I?
Oh, very, very heavy. But that's not a problem. I can do anything if I put my mind to it.
Oh, just throw me into a ditch.
Now. God doesn't like his children talking like that. Almost there. We're almost there. So how are you feeling? Better, I hope. I've left some applesauce on the bedstand, if you're feeling up to eating anything. And you're welcome to stay here as long as you need to.
Why? Why did you help me?
Because that's what people do. They help each other.
That's not what most people do.
Well, I like to think it is.
You church people are exceptions.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
This woman's only showing me compassion because she doesn't know what I am. She wouldn't be so friendly if she knew I was a madman and a murderer.
If there's anything else you want, just let me know. I can't make you any fancy dinners, but if it's anything I can get, I will.
Just say it, Pauline. We're getting ham sandwich edged right now. Talking about applesauce and can't make any fancy dinners. Just say it. Could you tell me your name?
I'm Marie.
Marie. After, who was it? The Virgin?
Oh, you're not familiar with the Virgin Mary?
Just look at me. I'm clearly not from these parts.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. So that would make you a traveler, huh? You speak the language really well, though. I take it you've been here a while, then?
Yes, I have.
How exciting! So when you're feeling better, maybe you could tell me about the country you came from. I've never been far from home, so I'm curious what it's like elsewhere.
There's nothing I could tell you.
Oh, it can be anything. Tell me about yourself if you want.
I'm even less inclined to do that.
Get better soon, okay? I'm looking forward to hearing all about it.
I'm not sure there's anyone out there more deserving of the Virgin Mary's name.
What was that?
Your name. It suits you.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm incredibly flattered to hear you say that, but I hardly live up to the name. What's your name, by the way?
I have no name.
You don't?
If you want something to call me by, you can choose a name for me. Anything you want. I am nameless. You give me a name.
I think you should be the one to choose your name. I'd be more than happy to help, though. But you should go with the name you think is best.
I see.
Well, I should get going. I'll be around, so if you need anything, just holler. Bye then.
How am I supposed to choose a name for myself when I don't know anything about me? Yeah, he picks the name Dad. I should note, Hearts, this is my first ever VN in my life. I don't have like a history of VNs that like, oh, I want to read The House in Fata Morgana. I've always been, tangentially interested in just the medium as it is and how it just is kind of a game, but kind of a book, but kind of a, Higurashi's on my list. But this is one that had been talked up a lot in, online circles that I'm in. And so it was one of the ones that I had as a potential pick. And, it's my first ever visual novel, and I'm really loving it. And so there are more on the list. Higurashi's on there. Like, Clanad, I think, is a funny, like, classic one that would be really, really funny for this channel to play through, to, like, do it live. Quite a few others. Like Tsukihime, all of that Type Moon stuff. But yeah, this is my first. You won't say it's funny when you're holding back tears, buddy? No, that's part of the funny. I recovered quickly with a proper bed and a roof over my head. Out on the road, I had been certain I stood no chance, but I was back on my feet after only 3 days at the church. My body was more resilient than even I knew. And now that I was back in health, I had no intention of sticking around. Thank you for everything. I would be dead if it weren't for you.
Oh, no thanks necessary. I'm just glad you're feeling better. There's no need to be in such a rush to leave, you know. Stay a bit longer. Make sure everything's all right.
I'm not going to stay any longer than necessary.
If you're sure.
Take this as payment for the food and lodgings. Yeah, but what kind of food?
Oh, I can't accept that, no. We don't charge for charity.
Charity is not free. You paid for it, so let me pay you back.
I can't.
Please, take the money.
If you insist, I can accept it as a tithe.
A tithe?
Think of it like a donation to the church. Like you said, the work we do isn't free.
All right then, a tithe it is.
Thank you, and may God bless you for your generosity.
So long.
Hey, if you're ever in the area, maybe you could stop by sometime. I never did get the chance to have that talk with you, and I was really looking forward to it too.
I'll just cause you more trouble.
What? No, you wouldn't. What makes you think that? Are you afraid you'll scare people off because you look different? I really don't think you need to be worried about that.
It's not just my appearance, Do you mean it? That it won't be any trouble having me around?
Oh, I absolutely mean it.
Okay. I'll consider it.
Wonderful. Well, I can't wait to see you again.
Yeah. Believe me, I knew I had no place involving myself with her. A killer making himself comfortable in the house of God? I don't even believe in their deity, and I still knew that was nothing if not extremely disrespectful. The money I had donated to her church wasn't even clean. It was stolen. I didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about it, though. I was more than conscious of what I was doing, but none of that mattered to me. She had smiled when she took it. That was enough. Seeing the nun smile put my heart at ease, much like the sound of the slave girl's voice had several years before. It restrained me, suppressed my urges. That smiling face was my new tether. I'd always believed that I was at my happiest while torturing people, that my thirst for murder was ingrained in my soul. But as exhilarating as taking others' lives was, there was still a part of me that yearned for peace. I'd gotten a taste of that with her, and I wanted more. Even knowing I had no place in that world, that peace was something I would never attain, still I longed for it. It started with brief visits, every few months. In time, though, their frequency began to increase. Soon it was once a month, then twice, then once a week. The lengths of my visits gradually grew as well. Every time I showed up, the nun greeted me with a smile, quenching my thirst without the need for blood. And the more we met, the more I endeavored to be a normal man around her, or to play the part of one. I thought that if I acted like there was nothing wrong with me, then I wouldn't be out of place at her side. I wanted to feel like I belonged in that peaceful world where she lived.
It's the giant man! Marie, the giant man's here!
Giant?
Oh, hello there. I was beginning to think you weren't coming this week.
I was having trouble deciding on what to bring you.
You're always welcome here, you know. You don't have to bribe yourself in, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
I wouldn't feel right if I didn't bring something. Bought a variety of fruits for you today, so you can share them with the children.
They'll be delighted. Thank you so much.
It's nothing, really.
So, have you decided on a name for yourself yet?
Not yet, no.
Nothing at all? Makes talking to you a little awkward not having anything to call you.
In that case, well, the giant man is as good as anything.
Did he get under your skin?
A little. I'm not that big, am I?
Well, we're all giants to little kids. I do wish they'd be a little less blunt about it sometimes, though.
Indeed. I suppose it's better than them being afraid of me. The children here have strong nerves.
Oh, they're ordinary kids. You're just not a scary person.
They only assume I'm harmless because I'm with you.
What? You make it sound like you actually are dangerous or something.
Because I am.
Oh, don't get worked up about it. The only thing different about us is our race, and everything else is exactly the same.
I'm not so sure.
You must have had some pretty awful experiences because of your appearance then to make you so concerned about it. I wish I could say I understood your pain.
Oh, that's not necessary.
But if I could, well, then maybe I'd feel a little closer to you. If only I could be even half the same race as you.
You have nothing to gain from being more like me.
You don't think so? I think there's a lot that would be nice about it.
Hey, wait a minute. Wasn't Pauline in the second door half her father was his? Yeah, okay. Okay, I thought so. Second door Pauline, so next life Pauline. The dad was the Japanese merchant. Right. I didn't know if it was directly Japanese. I couldn't remember. And then her mom was from whatever seaside.
Came for the goats, stayed for the community. Goated 68 Welkin salute.
What's up, What Game Before? Welcome in. Thank you so much for 5 months. Man, when you don't stream for like 10 days, everybody just has their resubs just ready to rock. And so I'm just getting them hit. Thank you so much. How are you doing, buddy?
I would probably have really pretty black hair, at least. If I'm ever reborn, I'd like to be more like you.
Why are you so obsessed with being like me?
I just am.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was about the time I started noticing the feelings she had for me. At first, I thought I was simply being egotistical, that there was no way a woman like her would be interested in a man like me. But I couldn't think of any other explanation for the way she looked at me. Back then, I believed I loved her too, and that if we could be together, as man and woman, that I would finally be able to attain the peace I so sought. That I could wash my hands of the killer within me and defeat the urges once and for all. That I could step out of the darkness I had lived in for so long, be able to see the light. That I would be able to experience love like any other ordinary man. So in the name of that hope, I took action. That foolish, naive hope. Yeah, it's good to be back. I'm glad. I had a really, really great trip, but it is good to be back.
What are we doing out here so late at night?
I'm sorry for asking you to meet me on such short notice. I hope it wasn't too much trouble sneaking out.
Well, it certainly wasn't easy. So, you had something to tell me?
What I'm about to tell you, every last word is sincere. And then once you've heard me out, well, I want you to turn me down.
What?
Over these past few months, I've come to at least somewhat understand the responsibilities and restrictions placed on you as a nun. But even ignoring the obligations you have, I know good and well I'm not a suitable match for you. Which is why, as I said, I would like you to turn me down. Thank you.
still want to hear it.
I love you. Well, I fell for you the moment I first saw you. I know I don't deserve to be anywhere near you, but every time we met, my desire to be with you grew stronger and stronger until it was out of my control. Turn me down, Marie, please, and I will stop trying to get close to you.
I'm not Marie.
You're not? What?
My real name is Pauline.
Pauline?
Marie is my baptismal name. It's not the name I was given at birth. I love you too. I fell for you the moment I first laid eyes on you. I know it's forbidden, but I want to be with you too. Any free time I have, I want to spend it with you.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
Thank you for being honest with me.
No. Thank you for not turning me down.
Wow. Talk about an anxious day. When you asked me to meet you out here tonight, I wondered if that might be what it was about. Felt like my heart was going to explode all day.
Heart? Explode? Easy, buddy. Easy. Don't get any ideas.
Oh, guys get nervous about telling girls how they feel too, don't they?
Yeah, we do.
Until now, I had no idea falling in love was so hard on the nerves. Oh, just thinking about you makes my mind turn to mush. It's hard to work like that, you know?
Is it really that stressful?
Was it like that for you too?
Yeah. Thinking about you makes it impossible to concentrate. Tell me something, Pauline.
What is it?
How exactly is it hard on your nerves?
What? How exactly? Well, it's like I'm in the clouds and I want to scream and I want to jump into a lake all at the same time.
Doesn't help me much. Could you be a little more specific?
Really? Are you trying to embarrass me? It's like my whole body gets really hot.
You mean you get aroused?
Aroused? No. To put it bluntly, yes.
I see.
You're a real jerk, you know. You shouldn't go around trying to humiliate ladies.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, you...
Well, that was insightful. So I'm not in love with her, or romantically attracted to her. This guy got game. No, he's L.A. noiring the concept of love. He's just trying to figure it out. He's just a detective. Or even physically attracted to her. All I want from her is her smile. Being around her doesn't arouse me. In fact, it does exactly the opposite. My fire burns brightest when I'm not with her. It all makes sense now, does it? I just want someone to keep me placated. I'm disturbed through and through. A murderer and a beast.
See? And that's why I didn't want to say anything. I knew you'd laugh at me.
I'm sorry, I truly am. I did ultimately get what I wanted out of the arrangement. She became my tether, became an invaluable part of my life, even if I had no real love for her. When I was with her, I was at peace. That said, her presence didn't completely rid me of my urges. I was still occasionally struck with bouts of insatiable thirst. Overwhelming desire to mutilate anyone who came into my line of sight. And sometimes, Pauline became the object of that desire. It goes without saying that I never did draw my sword on her,
but I had no way of knowing when I might lose control. And if I ever did kill her, then there would be nothing left to keep me from regressing completely into a beast. You know, it's kind of reminding me of Lost Odyssey. We were talking about that, it had to have been a month and a half ago maybe, because I had the same feeling. I haven't played Lost Odyssey yet, but I did play about 15 hours of Fantasian, the Apple Arcade one that Sakaguchi did, and that does the same thing. Like, it has little stories, little vignette stories that kind of fill in the lore of the world every so often. It also reminded me of Nier, in the town where the clouds look like a nose and a mouth. I can't, like right there. Right there. I think I see it. Just like the one eye, little nose here, and like kind of a straight face frown. Oh, on the left. I have a Yukimasa in my life. I wonder if I'm keeping him from murdering. Oh dear. I'm not unpacking that. Let's keep going. I hope your Yukimasa is placated. Pauline and I arranged regular nighttime meetings, though never once did I tell her how I truly felt. And I had no intention to either. When I was with her, I was in the role of her lover.
Yo! Whoa! I'm telling you.
Yo, let's freaking go. How was vacation?
What's up, Fix? Vacation was great. Every single day felt eventful. Every day was varied. I got to see a lot of friends from back home. I got to spend some real quality time with my mom, with my sister. I got to see my sister's new apartment. I got to spend the weekend before in Wisconsin with my dad and celebrate his little birthday. It was a really good time. It was just a really, really, really great time. Thank you for asking. And I'm happy to see you. Thank you so much. A Prime again. 2-month Prime streak. Thank you so much, Fix. That means a lot. You only get one of those. And the fact that you use it here means a lot. Yeah, it was a really, really good time. I got to see Avatar, which was great. I saw Avatar in IMAX. Really, I'm telling you, like every single day of the trip was another really, really eventful and fun. I got to spend some real quality time with my childhood best friend. Last time I was in town, they were super, super, super busy, so he didn't get to spend too much time with us. This time I got a few full nights like hanging out, driving around, and just having a really good time. It was great. Thank you for asking. But I'm back. I'm happy to be back. When I was with her, I was in the role of her lover. She never questioned my love for her. And expressing hers for me caused her to smile even more than normal. The D&D campaign got postponed to January. Ah, damn. So the 14th, you would have been 15th, 14th, you would have been free. Well, I hope you enjoyed your week regardless. This is still too hot. Yeah, I gotta take it a little slow. The happier she was, the more beneficial it was to me. Spending time with her in this capacity, I was able to gain a deeper understanding of what kind of person Pauline was. She was a deeply generous and compassionate woman. While I now understand her near-compulsive deeds of charity were as a result of stress and uncertainty she felt about herself, at the time, I believed she was doing it because she genuinely wanted to. I believed she wanted to save absolutely everyone, to be the saintess she had come to be known as. You gotta go. Have a lovely night. Tomorrow is the finale of Metal Gear 2, and I feel like I should tell everybody here now. We are going to roll for the first game of 2023 tomorrow night. We have, an hour or 2.5 hours maybe of Metal Gear. And so we'll do that roll tomorrow so that Thursday's Fata Morgana finale can be exclusively Fata Morgana. So that Thursday's finale will just be the grand finale of the year with the game that took nearly the second half of the entire year. And then we'll just wind down I'll say Happy Holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah is what, the third night of Hanukkah for everybody celebrating? And then I'll be back on the 26th for the Gauntlet. So tomorrow, Metal Gear 2 finale. She gave assistance to anyone who sought it from her, without question, and as a result, the church's coffers quickly dried up. Her god did not supply her with an endless store of bread and wine either. In the end, any endeavor, no matter the intentions, requires money. And in time, her generosity turned excessive, self-destructive. She would even skip meals so that others could eat. In retrospect, well, that was probably my fault too. As I pushed her toward wanting to be a regular girl, she pushed back against that desire by being even more charitable. Soon, her actions started making the other nuns' lives difficult, giving her a less than favorable reputation within the church. Still, she would tell me when we met up how she wished she could help even more people. If doing so would give her peace, and if I could be a part of that peace, then I wanted to grant her wish. But what could a killer like me do to help? Petty thievery wouldn't make me nearly enough money to keep a church and an orphanage running, and a raid large enough in scale to do so would inevitably be traced back to the source, which would ruin the church forever. How was a murderer to acquire such a large sum of money? I was ready to jump at any opportunity that presented itself when I received a summons from the Lord. Oh shit. I mean, we gotta give him the Jacopo voice, even though it's not even the same time frame. God damn it. God damn it. Alright. Hey, I take it you're the Oriental man who's been buzzing around the local church of late? When I first saw the Lord, I was surprised at just how young he looked. There couldn't have been more than a couple years difference between us. I had envisioned him as an elderly, or at the very least a middle-aged man. That would be me, yes. What of it? Who do you think you're talking to, you impudent rat? Show some damned respect. Apologies. I'm not very familiar with the local customs or language. Very well, then. Well, you're fortunate I'm such an understanding man. Now, for the reason I called you here. You're the one who killed that cart full of slaves 4 years ago, aren't you? So you know about that. Huh! I wasn't actually sure it was you, but now I have the confirmation. Since then, one slave of the Far Eastern origin has remained unaccounted for. And I take it that'd be you? That's right. You made one hell of a mess out there. Am I to be punished? It depends on how our talk goes. If you think I'm going back to being a slave, well, you're fooling yourself. Pfft, I don't need any more damn slaves, and I certainly don't want you as one. You're obviously not finding any respectable work being an ex-slave, so I take it you're still in the business of getting your hands dirty, are you not? And I assume you're playing cat burglar or something? Living off whatever you can swipe from the nearest unlucky bastard. Correct. Isn't it comical, then? You would choose God's sacred house to stretch your legs in, you filthy dog. I absolutely agree. Well, I thought that'd get a reaction out of you, but it seems you've got no bite in you today. Never mind. Let's get back down to business. You're gonna help me with a little something I'm working on. Help you with what, exactly? Something that's gonna make me a lot of money. And if you lend a hand, well, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Along with that church you're so fond of. And that nun you've taken a liking to. That nun of yours has made quite the name for herself. Out in the city proper, people have started calling her the Saintess. They're right about that. She is.
The commoners love their heroes and their saints. They eat that rubbish right up. Saint or not, you can't simply create food from nothing. Her work is causing financial troubles for the church, is it not?
It is, yes.
Well, if you help me with this, I'm offering you an entirely new church, and one where she has complete control to do as she wishes. She'll make it into the biggest church in the city. She'll be able to help even more people, which should surely please her.
What would you have me do?
Jumping at the first whiff of scraps. You really are a dog, aren't you?
I don't like conversations that overstay their welcome.
Fair enough. Then let's get down to business. Not far off from here lives a witch whose blood has the power to cause miracles.
Miracle blood? Sounds like a sham to me.
Yeah, you never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me.
Explain something to me, Lord. You said that if I helped you, the nun would be able to save more people than she does now. So how does capturing this witch accomplish that?
I'm glad you know how to listen, dog. We'll be turning the blood into a miracle elixir, which she will then distribute to the patrons of the church, in exchange for the tithes, of course.
Selling it, then?
Selling isn't quite the right word, but if that's how you want to think of it, well, by all means. The commoner's beloved saintess, handing out an all-powerful miracle medicine. They'll lap it up.
And in turn, you'll make a fortune.
Exactly. And that's money I can use to support her church. It'll be a boon to the city's economy as well. A single witch's freedom is all it'll cost for everyone here to come out happy. And so what'll it be? Will you help, or will I have to,
I'll help. I have no reason not to.
Decisive and a good listener. Well, excellent.
Once I've captured the witch, where do I take her? He did just call us dog, a few times actually. But in like the less than human sense of the word. Not a D-A-W-G, a full-blown D-O-G.
I have a mansion set aside where your nun can run her church. There's an observation tower on the grounds. The witch will be locked up there to ensure we have a constant supply of blood.
Okay. And when do you want me to get her?
You're just chomping at the bit now, aren't you? I thought you'd hesitate at least a little, but I guess it was foolish of me to presume to understand how a killer's mind works. All the resources I put into investigating you and everyone close to you were wasted, it would seem. Do you even have a conscience?
Don't act like you're any different.
Well, I assure you I have a conscience. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary for the growth of the city.
No, I mean, you're as much as a murderer as me. You would never come up with a scheme like this if your hands were clean.
Watch your mouth, dog. Don't you dare insinuate I would ever condescend to your level.
I agreed to the Lord's terms. A couple days later, I made my way out to the location the Lord had given me, a small cottage by a lake where the witch was said to live. I had been instructed to take her alive, but not that I wasn't allowed to harm her. So my plan was to force my way in and immobilize her as soon as she opened the door. And the Lord was right. I didn't have anything resembling a conscience. I was too far gone to be bothered by the prospect of disabling a witch. Not even the fact that I had found a degree of solace in my relationship with Pauline would change that. However,
Who's there?
when I heard the witch's voice through the door, I froze. It was the girl from 4 years earlier. I didn't even have to see her. I knew right away. I wouldn't mistake that voice, that stream of pure, clear water cutting through the grime, for anything. I would never forget the first thing that had ever managed to suppress my desires. My first tether. When the Lord told me about the witch, I never once expected it to be her.
Who is it?
Are you the witch with the miracle blood? My hand rested on the hilt of my sword. I had at first meant to break down the door if she wouldn't open it for me.
Please leave.
However, when I heard that voice, my hand fell limp.
Please, stay away from my home.
I am in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little?
I have nothing to spare for a man like you. My blood is only for the sick and the needy, so please go away. Stay away from me, I'm begging you. Get away from this place. You're a murderer, and I want nothing to do with you, so please, just go away.
As you say. As she had commanded, I took my leave of her cottage, in somewhat of a haze. It should have come as no surprise, but in the 4 years since our last encounter, she had no kind words left to spare me. Yet even in her derision, I still felt myself being calmed by the sound of her voice. I debated with myself. Should I do as the Lord requested and capture her? Or should I let her go free, as I had done 4 years earlier? You already know what I decided to do, though, don't you? That's right. I went with the first option. After all, I had no need for 2 tethers. While breaking down her door was still an option, the witch was wary of me. If she were to somehow manage to escape, there was no saying how the Lord might react. So I stood watch, waiting for her to step outside. The problem was, she never opened her door. And it wasn't just me, it seemed she was wary of everyone. Mel time? There was one exception, though. The boy. She left the cottage for him. They went on walks together around the lake.
It's been a while since we last went on one of our walks, huh? I haven't been sleeping much, taking care of Nellie.
Is her condition worsening again?
Yeah.
Rest assured, I will give her my blessing as many times as she needs.
Thanks. I really, really appreciate it. The weather's kind of not that great today, huh? It looks like we might get rain. It's probably not smart to stay outside much longer.
Yesterday.
I should get going. See ya.
Oh, he didn't even let her speak. Mel, you dumb motherfucker. Watching the two of them... Whoa, what happened? Watching the two of them, it occurred to me that I could make good use of the boy. You have 2 options. Either you say no and protect the witch,
Get away!
or you help me capture her.
Get away from her! Right now!
And if you choose the witch, I kill the girl.
Get away!
Make your decision.
Get away from her!
You have until the count of 10. And if you don't choose, well, I kill the girl. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you. Just get your sword out of her face. Don't kill her.
I thought you'd hold out until the last second. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get going. Get moving. You pitiful little boy. And that's where she gets her arm lopped off, or her hand.
Get back. No. Stay away from me. No. Hey, help. Don't kill me.
Take it.
What?
That's your share. Should last you long enough.
Why? Why? Why did you take my arm? What do you mean by share? Why? My arm? No, put me down, please. Help! Someone, please help.
The witch, with the miracle blood, had regressed into an ordinary girl, and she cried in pain like a small child. I wasn't going to get very far with her wailing, so I gagged her, tied her up, and threw her into a burlap sack. Nothing personal. I just need your blood. Without it, she'll lose her church. She needs the money. Thank you. Thank you. I needed some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. If I brought him the witch with the miracle blood, well, he would finance a whole new church for her. So don't take it personal, kid. Don't take it personnel, kid. I tossed the sack into the cart I had waiting outside, then made my way to the mansion, as per the Lord's instructions. The two of us then locked the witch in the observation tower. When I told the Lord I had used a boy as bait to get her to open her door, he gave an exasperated sigh and said, "Involving a third party was not part of the plan. Is there anything at all in that head of yours, dog?" Well, I can kill him, if that's a problem. Don't be hasty. Describe him for me. Did he seem like he came from a wealthy family? He's young, still in his teens, lives with his little sister. He looked reasonably well off, probably of noble blood. You picked one hell of a target to use as your bait. Well, should I kill him? There are people in this world you can make disappear quietly. People no one will notice have gone missing, and you're one of them. The boy? Well, he most likely isn't. Was the boy at all interested in the witch's blood? He seemed to be. Well, that makes things a little easier. We just have to make him into an accomplice then. That's everything, up to about 6 months ago. You know what happened next, I presumed. I threatened Mel, forced him to join us. He needed the blood for his sister, but even without that excuse, he didn't have the courage to run. Me, on the other hand, I involved myself of my own will. I had no reason to try to get back out. In fact, being put in charge of one of the 3 keys, gave me an excuse to meet up with her more often. The arrangement was quite beneficial for me.
Hey, I heard the news. You were selected to be part of the Lord's personal guard? Now you've got it made. Congratulations.
You exaggerate, it's nothing.
Oh, now, no need to be so humble. He wouldn't have picked you if he didn't really trust you. Everyone around here knows just how hard it is to earn the Lord's trust.
Well, if you say so.
It hasn't been easy for him, I hear. He only assigns those he really trusts to work so close to him.
Well, I hope you're right.
He trusts you, I'm sure of it.
I certainly can't tell her the real reason I suddenly became his guard.
And I've got some exciting news too. The Lord sent a messenger for me earlier. Apparently he's building a new church, and he wants me to serve as a nun there. Can you believe it?
You shouldn't be surprised. You are the city's saintess, after all. It's little wonder you would be his first choice.
Oh, I really don't think I'm that important.
Do you not want the position?
No, I'm delighted to have such an incredible opportunity. This will allow me to help so many more people than before. It's wonderful news.
It's good to hear. Tell me, I'm not wrong in thinking helping people is the one thing you want more than anything else, am I?
Right. That's what I want more than anything else in the world.
I see. Hey, smile for me. Would you?
Oh, I've been smiling this whole time, haven't I?
Not just now. Forever.
Of course. Well, when I'm with you, nothing could possibly take the smile off my face.
I'm glad to hear it. He tried. He did try. That was him trying to be cute. Smile for me forever. Hey, baby, would you mind smiling for me forever? I never knew someone could lose so much weight while still eating every day. We might have to increase your portions. If there's anything in particular you want, just tell me.
I hear children's voices. From outside, I hear children's voices.
The kids here to see the saintess. It's gotten quite noisy out there of late, yes.
Oh, the saintess.
Your voice has gotten raspy, too. Was that my doing? Did I take your voice? Well, that's unfortunate. To me, your voice held far more value than your blood. And I took that away from you.
Yes. You three took everything from me.
So we did. Enough chatter, dog. The Lord's scheme was a success. The witch's blood brought with it an influx of donations, which the Lord invested into various businesses in the city. I have no idea if the blood actually has miraculous powers, but there were certainly people claiming to have been healed by it. And so it wasn't long before people who weren't sick started making use of this supposed cure-all medication, saying it had preventative properties as well. And as word of the elixir spread, the Lord's profits grew in kind. One fact was undeniable. The witch's blood stimulated the city's dramatic growth. On some Yarnum shit. Okay, here we are. And that's everything he knows. And that's everything I know. Appalling, is it not? Morgana. If you hate me for what I did to her, well, you can take this sword and kill me with it. And you can have my key. I won't put up a fight. You have the right to exact punishment on me.
Killing you would accomplish nothing. It is neither my place to forgive nor punish you. As much as it would make me feel better, doing so would serve no meaningful purpose. I would like you to give me a little time, though. I need time to cool down enough that I can talk to you with a clear head. Of course. So you are still willing to speak with me? I gave you my word. I told you I would help figure out what path you should take. You're an honorable man. I will not force your hand if you don't want to do this. You can tell me to leave, and I'll walk right out the door. More than anger or hatred, I'm simply deeply pained. Maybe things would have turned out better if I were as sympathetic a man as you. People are supposed to be able to feel happy or sad for each other. I can't, though, which must make me a beast. When you first met Morgana, you felt a desire to rescue her from the slave traders, did you not? You thought of someone other than yourself? I never saw that desire through, though. My thirst far overpowered anything I may have wanted to do for her, and the next time we met, I sold her to the Lord. As I said before, there's no room for interpretation in the things I have done. Whatever I might have wanted to do at one point, it's all meaningless now. And regardless, anything I do for someone else is ultimately for my own benefit, because it's what I need. No matter how selfish your motivations may ultimately be, please, let me believe some part of you does genuinely want to help her. All right. I know I'll sound like a hypocrite for saying this, but sitting back and waiting for her to die is not what I want. When I cut off her arm, I didn't feel any of the thrill or euphoria that I usually do when I take my sword to someone. Oh, that's relatable. I can't say whether that means I had a conscience if but for a moment, or I just wasn't myself at the time. If you can save her, though, please do. I can't do anything, and if I try, I'll only make things worse. I cannot do everything on my own either. Give me your word that you will atone to Morgana for your actions. While I doubt making reparations will clear me of my crimes, if that is what you want me to do, that is what I will do. Can I ask you something? What is it? Tell me more about my next life. I want to know what kind of man I am. I want to know every mistake I make, all of the details. I warn you, it's a tale far more barbaric than anything you can imagine. Do you still want to hear it? I do, and I have little doubt that I will believe it. If you're worried I might react the way I did earlier, I'll lay down my sword, and you can tie me up too if you want. Well, that won't be necessary. I'm going to trust you. I'll tell you the whole, hopelessly tragic truth. Everything I saw, with no embellishments. Please do. And so I told him the tale I witnessed beyond the second door. That he lost his memory in a shipwreck. That he was treated like a beast by the people in the land where he washed up. That he massacred countless people. And that he took the life of his lover who had come in search of him, never wavering in her belief that he was still alive. I told him about the white-haired girl. I told him about the things he made Giselle do. I didn't hide anything. As I spoke, he would occasionally grimace, or his eyes would go wide for a moment, but not once did he interrupt me. He sat there in silence until I finished. You weren't kidding. That was far worse than I had imagined. It is the truth, though. You become the target of Morgana's loathing, and you are led back to this mansion. That is what lies in your future. As difficult as it may be to comprehend, that person is you. The man who does all those things hundreds of years from now is you. I really am a beast, a horrendously precarious creature. As I interpret it, when you lost your memory, you also lost everything you used to suppress your nature. You lost the foundation you had built, and as a result, you are no longer able to maintain that balance. Would that mean that what I am now is, comparatively speaking, human? No, I'm no different now. I have no more control over myself when I'm killing people than the man you described. You've seen me do reprehensible things. Seen? You've done reprehensible things to him! And in spite of that, you were never condescending or insulting, never acted disgusted or afraid of me. Are all angels as compassionate as you? I am not an angel. I was simply biting my tongue. Are you afraid of me, then? I'm not afraid of you. No. Dude, literally, he is having this conversation with an Ethan Winters hand right now. He just got all 4 of his fingers. All he can do is he can give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. His 4 fingers are snapped you know Minky Moo can do that? She can take her middle finger here and bend it all the way back like she's double jointed like that. She can just go, that's as far as I go. But she can go like, and like all the way. And like, yeah, it's freaky. What are you then? I don't understand. I'm of the belief that now is not the appropriate time for me to allow my personal feelings to influence my actions. Yo, what's up, Certheus? My task is to save Morgana. If I'm to be honest with you for a moment, I despise the man you are in the future, but I'm also equally frustrated at myself. You're right. The things you did were inexcusable. You murdered innocents. You killed the woman who came searching for you. But on a personal level, what angers me the most is that you put blood on the hands of the woman I love. I know very well that to you, it's something you haven't done yet, but it was still your soul. It tears me apart inside that I couldn't return in time to stop it. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who wouldn't be angry to know someone they care about had received that kind of treatment, I suppose. If that's how you feel, though, aren't you interested in taking revenge on me? As I mentioned before, there are times when allowing your emotions to take the reins is the wrong course of action. This is one of those times. Seeking vengeance is the wrong thing for me to do right now. If I can eliminate Morgana's hatred, the 3 of your souls will be set free as well. So you're going to save me too? Yes, I am. Cool turn towards the camera. Well, I don't consider myself worthy of redemption, especially not after hearing about the things I will do. I'm a beast, through and through. A twisted, psychopathic monster. You were conflicted, though, You struggled against the creature that dwelled inside you. It's true that you found perverted joy in violence and murder, but you also felt kindness, which caused a part of you to seek peace. And the same can be said of you in this time as well. If you actually were nothing but a beast, or rather nothing but a man that derived pleasure in killing, maybe then I could have truly reviled you. Then you would be irredeemable, no matter what had turned you into that, no matter how much pain and suffering had driven you to that point. But your instability, your constantly shifting desires, your mental frailty, they all appear to me as very human traits. Tell me, how should I live my life from here on? What is it you want most? The easiest road for me would be the one I walk now, to continue being a killer. No fighting my desires, no resisting what's inside me. Would that be my salvation? To abandon my humanity entirely? I don't know what I should do, what I'm supposed to do. I'm at a complete loss for everything. I would like to believe that your desire to live in peace is sincere, and that's what I want for you too. It will be the more trying path, yes, because you will have to fight against your nature to stay on it. But we live in the human world. And you also have Pauline, who wants the same thing, extending her hand for you, inviting you to join her. So I encourage you to suppress your urges. Your life will not be easy for it, but I implore you to take the rocky road, for your own sake, and for hers. Even if it means my entire life is built on a foundation of lies. Before today, I believed it was wrong not to be true to oneself, but as I listened to you tell your story, I came to realize that maybe there are exceptions. Some things you can and possibly should keep locked inside of you, where they can't hurt anyone else. However, I also think you have a tendency to try and act too perfect around her, both in this life and the next. You cover up so much of yourself, you become an entirely different person. You can be your own conflicted, imperfect self around her, the man you are right now, lost and trying to find his way. I have little doubt she will accept that man. What you need most is restraint. I see. So tell me, do you think my future can be changed? I don't know for certain, so all I can do is speculate. But as you share the same soul, I expect any changes you make now will be reflected in your future incarnation. I have my work cut out for me then. Pauline, she believed in me. She put her faith in a beast and went out in search of him. I cannot allow myself to be the kind of monster that would murder a woman like her. I have to change. I will change the future. You can do it. When my life here comes to an end, I vow to make my next one better. Thank you for listening to me and for giving me guidance. I can't say I'm particularly suited for the job. Knowing that my words are going to influence the direction of another's life is an unimaginable amount of pressure. I don't know, I'd say you pull it off well enough. If you ever decide to quit being an angel, well, you'd make a damned convincing missionary. I have no interest in being a missionary, and as I've told you, I'm not an angel. That's too bad. I'd join the Church of Michelle. Me too. I would too. You know what? I would too. Don't look at
at me like that. I'm just kidding. Oh, me too. Me too. I am too. I'm just kidding. Now, can I get angry at you? As I've been telling you, I'm an ordinary man. I'm not special in any way like you seem to think I am. You're not ordinary. You're different, but not in the same way I am. I wouldn't ask any normal man to show me how to lead my life. I see. Although, what passes for normal differs from person to person, I suppose. Just as I don't think you're normal, I'm sure there are people out there who do. Perhaps. Or maybe they're just able to see my desire to be normal. Well, that's everything I have to tell you. You're going to want to talk to the Lord next, I assume? That's right. I'm going to convince him to hand over his key, and then I'm going to set Morgana free. Well, I doubt you'll have much luck convincing him of anything, but I'll help out in any way I can. I appreciate it. I'll get him to come to supper tonight. You'll be there too. Okay, I'll be there. If I could ask you one favor, though, could you try to arrange that for as late as possible? That should be doable, but why? There's someone else I need to speak with first. All right. I'll do what I can. Thank you. See you this evening, then. He's got to find Maria. This is really fucking cool. It is really, really cool. It's cool how it all just... I've said it before and I'll say it again. The, revolving door of questions and answers, revelations, and, obfuscations of the truth are so well done. It's such a nice clip to the whole thing. You're all it's never, it's wordy, it's long. We've been here for 45 hours, but it's not, there's never been a long enough dry spell for me personally, right? To each their own. But for me, there's never been a dry spell where I'm all right, what's coming up next? It's been really well paced, in my opinion. It's phenomenal stuff. Did I lead him to the correct path? Will he actually find redemption at the end of it? No, I made the right decision. Even if he doesn't in this life, there's enough of a chance that he will in his next. One left, and that's it. I'm almost there, Giselle. I've almost made it to Morgana. I've come this far. All that's left is to speak with the Lord. Stay focused, Michelle. The pieces I have still don't fit together yet. As Morgana told it, the Lord was a cruel man from the moment she first saw him. And he wasn't much different in the swordsman's telling of the events either. Are those portrayals the full picture of what kind of man he is? Will adding his perspective do anything but amplify Morgana's hatred? If he really is exactly the man he's been made out to be, then how do you explain his internal struggles from the third door? Did his core personality change with the times? Everyone else I've met has been fundamentally the same, though. Are you the exception, Jacopo? Morgana found joy in her life during her 3 years at the brothel. She wept about not being given the opportunity to thank them. So maybe Maria's more likely to be able to assuage Morgana's animosity. I'll have to hear what she has to say. I can barely move my right arm. I can't feel my fingers at all. It burns. I've managed this long, but damned if it doesn't hurt. Are we going to dream world? Like we did when we spoke to Morgana the last time? Like a little Morgana check-in? Or is he just falling asleep? Why must you hand out miracles for nothing? I know that voice. Ooh. Nice song. Ooh. Really nice song? I'm looking up at someone. A woman. She's draped in a black fog, and I can't make out many details. But even through the darkness, I know immediately who she is. She is Mother. My? No, she is not my mother. She is... I don't know who I am. Why would you even ask such a question, Mother? We're barely holding on as it is, my dear. Oh, we're Morgana. And that's where we get my dear from. It's not wrong to expect a little remuneration for our services.
No, Mother, it is wrong. Miracles are not to be bartered for. God the Father does not charge for his miracles, so why should we, when I'm only borrowing his power?
Listen to me, Morgana. Every time you give someone a blessing, you're hurting yourself. If not for the miracle itself, you still deserve some degree of compensation for the pain.
I know you're concerned for me, Mother, and I appreciate it very much. But I'm happy with the way things are. I'm happy to be able to help others with my Heavenly Father's power.
A power you won't have much longer, my dear, if we can't afford to keep ourselves fed.
I'm a saint, aren't I?
Yes, you're my sweet little saint.
God will not forsake his saint. No matter how difficult it may get, he will always provide me a way to continue doing his work. And you're the mother of that saint, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. I conceived you untainted by the hands of a man.
Then you must respect his will as well, Mother. It must be our highest priority.
You're right. I was wrong, my dear saint.
Ooh, I like this one.
Mother, you agreed with me. You said I was right. So why are you taking money from that man? Mother. Mother looks over as strange men shove me into a carriage. The look in her eyes sends a chill down my spine. I see her lips moving. She doesn't actually say the words out loud, but I can make out every individual syllable.
Because you're worthless to me.
Damn. Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now. And if you cooperate, I can guarantee you'll live more than comfortably.
Miracles are not something to be performed for one person's benefit.
Huh?
Miracles are not magic or parlor tricks. They are a precious gift granted to me by my Father in heaven. Using his power for personal gratification is a grave sin. I will do no such thing. I entreat you to think long and hard about your actions. Do away with such selfish desires and dedicate yourself to helping the people. The power you have been given was bestowed upon you by the hand of God. It is not your power. He is merely allowing you to make use of it for a short time. Pride is a sin. Please consider how you conduct yourself.
You're an ignorant, insolent child, aren't you? I bought you, so that means you're my property. So you have no right to an opinion.
That is not my opinion. That is the way of the world. Has God...
Silence. You're not here to talk. You're here to perform miracles for me and my guests.
As I have already told you, I will do no such thing.
What you will or will not do is my decision, not yours.
the Lord says with a sickening laugh, then grabs me by the hair and knocks me to the floor.
I'm assuming we are Michelle looking through Morgana's eyes in like a dream state kind of thing, and that's why the me's are in quotation marks.
I beg him to stop, but he isn't listening to a word I say.
Cheers! A saint's blood and good fortune to all!
I stare vaguely out at the crowd, gathered for the Lord's blood feast. Every time he has guests, he throws another party, and every time he slices another part of my arms or legs open. It isn't long before they're an unsightly web of crisscrossing scars. The Lord sometimes has trouble deciding where to cut, but not out of any sense of sympathy for me. He simply thinks drawing blood from an untouched area of my body will make it more effective. The Lord strips me bare. Perhaps I'll use your stomach today, Saint. I should be able to get some nice pure blood from there. Stop this. Can you not comprehend that what you're doing is an affront to the Lord? I'm free to do what I wish with my property.
Saint or not, you're no different than any of my slaves. This guy doesn't get that blood circulates.
The Lord is greatly displeased with your actions.
Then use your miracle powers to deliver divine punishment on me. Go on. You can do that, can't you?
Your soul will be punished. You may not see the effects now, but you will pay for your sins one day.
You're not as threatening as you think you are, buck naked, girl. Don't give me that look, girl. I've got no interest in taking that from you. You'd be lucky to find anyone willing to lay with a girl covered in disgust and scars.
All I can do is wait and endure day after day of torture and shame, of the Lord searching for new places to stick his knife. My entire body, except for my face, is covered in reddish-black wounds. Someone, anyone, help me. Get me out of here. Please, someone. O Father, who art in heaven, I pray for you to lead me unto deliverance. Father, your trials, they are much too great.
Morgana. That was much clearer than the first time I saw it. Everything she felt, her struggling, her sincerity, her pain, and her voice. It felt almost as though I was the one going through it all. The Lord. I can understand why Morgana would bear such a powerful grudge against him, considering everything he did to her. Why would he do that, though? Is there some reason, some explanation for his actions? I'm thoroughly exhausted, like I've just spent the last several months having my blood drained again and again. My limbs feel like they have boulders tied to them. Just trying to get to my feet makes me dizzy. So cold. She's probably waiting for me by now. I should get going. I have to do this. Move, damn it. Fighting against my body's attempts to succumb to gravity with every step through sheer force of will, I make my way to the courtyard.
Oh, there you are. Thank God you came. Sneaking on a church grounds is a bit unnerving, so if you... Oh, you all right? You look like you just came back from the dead.
I'm fine. Thank you for coming. Now, to continue our conversation from yesterday.
Whoa, so slow down. Who do you think you're convincing? You look about as fine as a fucking corpse.
If you're not feeling well, we can always do this some other time. And what happened to your hand?
It's a minor injury. Nothing of any significance.
Seriously, who do you think you're convincing, man?
I can get around just fine without a few fingers.
Man, you gotta take yourself into consideration, too. You can only run on raw determination for so long. Imagine how it makes me feel for a second. You asking to talk and showing up like that.
No, I think they're all just cracked and broken. I don't think they're off. It was the arm that was nearly off. He sliced into bone and muscle, but didn't actually remove the arm. The fingers are just...
If you want to get anything done, you've got to take care of yourself first. Head on back to your room and rest. Let's do this some other day, okay? When you're feeling...
I don't have that kind of time. Noon tomorrow. That's my deadline. I have to take care of everything before then. I know damn well what condition I'm in, but that doesn't change what I need to do. If I don't, I can't save Morgana. And I can't get Giselle back.
That makes it all the more important that you get your rest.
And when do you suggest I do that exactly?
Honestly, listen, I don't get why you're in such a damn tizzy. Get a hold of yourself, man.
I'm plenty calm.
Well, it sure don't look it. You're already pushing yourself to the edge. I don't want to be responsible for giving you that last nudge. So quit bickering with me and get your ass back and get some rest.
You don't understand the gravity of the situation. None of you do. You don't grasp how great an effect stopping what happens tomorrow will have. I have to keep moving, even if it means crawling through the dirt. If I don't, not only will I fail to make things better, Morgana's almost certainly got even worse fates in store for all of you so long as her curse lives on. I'm the only one here who knows what awaits.
So that makes you what? A prophet or something then?
Not exactly, no, but in the terms of this time period, that would be the most apt description. Do you not believe me?
Well, that is asking a lot.
That's fine, you don't have to. But at the very least, I want you to believe that I genuinely believe something terrible is going to happen tomorrow if I don't do something. That I think I don't have time to waste. All I need you to do is tell me what you know. Could you do that for me?
Assuming you actually are a prophet or whatever. Why don't you just, get the hell out of town? Say, fuck it, this is too much. Vanish into the night. No one's gonna blame you if you do. Hell, is anyone even gonna notice you did anything if you do succeed?
I'm not in this for attention or praise. I cannot sit idly by knowing what I know, seeing what has happened, and what will, knowing what Morgana went through, what she felt. I can't abandon her. Not anymore. I can't let my knowledge go to waste. While it is true that the mansion will continue to be wrapped in darkness so long as Morgana's curse remains in effect, and nothing can be put to rest until I do something about that, that's not my sole motivation anymore. I sincerely want to help Morgana. What, I missed something? No. Giselle, is this what you meant when you told me you wanted me to save her?
You seem like the kind of fellow who's always fretting about something or other. You don't know how to take it easy, do you? Though I guess, in a way, that's kind of why you can fight so hard, huh? Alright, you win, I'll talk. Anything you want to know, I'll tell you.
Thank you very much.
But, you sit your butt down first.
Okay.
Morgana said that?
She did. She described her 3 years there as one of the brightest periods of her life.
Well, who'd have thought? Damn, that's kind of really great to hear.
Did she never tell you herself how she felt?
She never really made much of an attempt to be part of the group. It was like she had one of these colossal walls all around her.
I can see that.
Yeah, so I always kind of felt like I never knew if I was sticking my nose too far in or not, you know?
She appreciated what you and the other women did for her. After the raid 4 years ago, she ended up in the hands of a slave trader. And as she was being transported, she said this, with tears in her eyes. I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me.
Oh, damn. So, is that, like absolutely 100% exactly what she said? You're not just pulling it out of your ass, are you?
Those were her exact words, yes, as hard as it may be to believe.
No, I believe you. I'm just surprised is all. I mean, just like, wow, yeah. If I'd known that was how she felt, well, maybe I could have been a little friendlier with her.
You weren't friendly with her?
Not especially. I mean, that's not to say I was cold or anything. It's just that all the girls kept a bit of a distance from her. Not because we didn't like her, but because that's what it looked like she wanted, some distance. None of us were really cut out for that caretaker gig. As much as we'd love to be some kind of mother figure for her, we just didn't have it in us.
Who was closest to her?
He's dead.
The slave.
Eh? What's this about a slave?
There was a young man, a slave who participated in the revolt at the Lord's Manor, who saved Morgana's life.
Oh, yeah, that's the guy. He was the closest of any of us to her, or at least he gave her the most attention.
And he's
6 feet under.
That's unfortunate.
What can you do? People come, people go, that's just the way of things.
I thought that maybe if he were still alive, that would improve our chances of saving Morgana.
Improve our chances? Listen, there's only one way about it. We smash the Lord's fucking skull in and take his key.
That's not an option. Doing that will not alleviate her hatred. Would you be willing to accompany us when we go into the observation tower?
Huh? Me? Why?
Yo, what's up, everybody? Ignore her, ignore her, ignore her. She's lovely. Welcome in, Snow. What's up, Raiders? What's up, Margu? Welcome. Darth, hello, hello. Let me save for a second here. Please, if anybody here is not following Snow, I mean, typically, I end these Fata Morgana streams on Sunday nights raiding right into Snow. And now it's the other way around.
Goated 68 big pack,
We'll let him
goated
roll.
68 big pack, goated 68 big pack, goated 68 big pack.
Thank you so much for the resub, buddy. Welcome in, everybody. I'm GoatedQuest. Margie, thank you so much for the follow. Some of you may know me. I'm a huge fan of the Snowmans. As I said, it's like my Sunday night raid spot during Sunday Gun Day. It is a bit hard to ignore her and her puppies. That's why I went to the save screen. This is a weird one. This is the house in Fata Morgana, everybody. I'm about 45 hours into this thing. It is a very, very long form visual novel romance tragedy. First visual novel I've ever read in my life. And I'm very happy I've had this experience to share it with everybody on Twitch because I'm really, really loving it. It's a beautifully well-told story with super, super well-written characters and just twists and turns and revelations and questions and answers that just hit at the perfect clip. So thank you so much for the raid. You were playing, Diddy Kong today. Right. Yeah, stretch your back. Stretch. Get up. Get something to eat. And come on back. But hey, we are on the second to last night of this. we will be finishing The House in Fata Morgana after 16 episodes, and it'll definitely go to over 50 hours on Thursday. And tomorrow night will be the finale of Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. For those that do not know my channel, Hacksaw Gamer, for example, welcome in. Hope you're having a nice evening. Every game I pick on this channel is chosen at random through Marbles on Stream from a master list of over 400 games that I have collected that I've never beaten. So long as a game is unbeaten at this point by me, it doesn't matter what it is, what genre it is. Obviously, The House in Fata Morgana is anything that I have like a passing interest in that I have not beaten before. I'll go ahead, I'll show you guys a little bit of what I've got here. One sec, let me get it all set up. We'll do a brief little scroll through some of these games, and you can take a look. Some of the coolest games of all time, some of the most beloved games of all time are here on this list. I haven't beaten any of these games. Maybe I've played quite a bit of them. Kid Clown and Crazy Chase is the first game I ever played in my life, but I never beat it. And Goated Quest is all about making up for that. And finally, like, beating Metroid Prime. What's up, Spec? How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So far, we have beaten 38 games this year since starting in January. All of these are for the first time for me. I've never beaten the original Legend of Zelda. I did that this year. Skate. Some of the coolest games I've ever played. Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective, LOL Lack of Love, Diablo 2 and Deus Ex, Chrono Trigger, my first playthrough. This channel is all about sharing my first time through some of the most beloved games of all time with everybody here on Twitch. So, thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoy your time. I'm going to get back into this here, but feel free to hang out. This is just kind of a bit of a story time stream. I'm reading all the dialogue from all the characters. I got different voices and things. I will say we are like 45 hours into this thing. And so while it's kind of easy to like jump into the moment-to-moment storyline going on, scene to scene, there is a lot of context that you will be missing out on. Like who she is to start out with. Feel free to hang out. And thank you so much, Snow, for the raid. It means a hell of a lot to me. I'm going to get back into this thing here. But welcome in, everybody. I'm GoatedQuest. I'll say whatever you want me to say once you've gotten her out of the tower. Don't you think being able to hear the voice of someone she cares for when she's finally set free would do more to pull her out of the darkness than anything else? That's all the more reason it can't be me. Well, why not? Like I've been saying, I was never that tight with her. I kept my distance. I can't do anything, now with the reasons you've given me for why she's so full of hatred. I have no other options, though. Actually, while I doubt this'll do much in the way of getting rid of her grudge, there is something I was supposed to give her, but never got the chance. Oh? Well, it's nothing special, it's just a rinky-dink little necklace, but if you get the chance, would you mind giving it to her? If anyone, that should come from you. Well, it's not from me. It was supposed to be from the slave. He got it for her as a birthday present, but, that was the day the brothel got raided, and so, yeah. That's the story. Make sure she gets it, would you? Okay, I will. Thanks, man. Well, now that that's out of the way, I should split. Best of, There you are? Oh. You weren't in your room. I was worried sick. What are you two doing here? You're going to talk to the Lord tonight, right? So,
There's a chance you might set the Saintess free. No way am I gonna miss that. That's why you're here? That. And to say goodbye. I want for them to make reparations as soon as the girl's released. Do you feel the same way, Nellie? If Mel tells me he wants to, then I won't stop him. But he was threatened, so if it's possible, I don't think there's any need for him to rush to be punished. I don't want to lose my brother. Surely there are other ways he can atone. That's reasonable. I do feel guilty about what he was put through. It's not your fault what he did. Anyway, I'm really anxious about tonight, but I'm sure it'll all turn out fine. You'll make it work, won't you, dearest Michelle? I'll do my best. Oh, come on. You've got to act confident. Take care of my Mel for me, too. He's very fragile, so handle him with care. Like a big old box of china. Is he really that fragile? As for me, if he looks like he's going to do anything he shouldn't, would you stop him for me? I wish I could be there to do it myself, but, well, he insists only the people directly involved should be there, and I want to respect that. I was never going to allow anyone to get hurt anyway. That's good. Thank you. He and the Lord may have caused the girl a great deal of pain, but I still don't want anyone to get hurt. Some people deserve it, and I say let them have it. Now, Maria, don't be like that. You're the weird one, little Miss Perfect. Go around letting everyone off the hook for everything, and the whole damn world's gonna come falling down around you. He did what he did for me, though. And the Lord? He's only in it for his own profit. Much as he says it benefits the city, it still comes back around to his own pockets. The Lord's not a bad man, though. Yeah, I've heard it 1,000 times. No one's a bad person in your eyes, I know. Now, can we please try to keep things civil? Yeah, sorry, bad habit, I know. I talk a lot of rot, but I don't really mean half of it. I do think he's much better than the old Lord, though.
Hold on a second. What did you just say?
He's better than the old?
When did the current Lord take his place?
4 years ago.
What? Morgana was 9 years old when she was at the Lord's manor. 7 years ago. Maria, were you ever at the Lord's manor at any time 7 years ago?
Nah, I was never hired by anyone there.
Then when? She didn't have any interaction with the Lord 7 years ago. Now it all makes sense. How did I not consider this possibility sooner? I know what kind of man he is, and I know the people he had around him. Maria, is the slave actually dead? I felt this one. Franco, I gotta tell you, I felt this one. I'll recount it. I'll recount it. Nancy, close your eyes for a second. Yeah, I felt this one in the air. And I'll tell you when in a second. All right. Nancy, I'm gonna restart. Ready? Yo, what's up, Ollie? What's up? Thank you so much. 17 months. Holy.
Let's go.
Holy. Hey, Ollie, what is the easiest place to reach you? Would it still be Discord? Or a Twitter DM or something? I got something I want to ask you. Not to put you on the spot or anything, but I'll just shoot you a message on Discord or something. Okay, Nancy, I gotta keep this up for you. The Lord's not a bad man, though. Yeah, I've heard it 1,000 times. No one's a bad person in your eyes, I know. Sorry, I took a bad habit, blah, 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 blah. Pauline said,
I do think he's much better than the old Lord, though.
Hold on a second. What did you just say?
He's better than the old.
When did the current Lord take his place?
4 years ago?
What? Morgana was 9 years old when she was at the Lord's Manor. 7 years ago. Maria, were you ever at the Lord's Manor at any time 7 years ago?
Nah, I was never hired by anyone there.
Then when? She didn't have any interaction with the Lord 7 years ago. Now it all makes sense. How did I not consider this possibility sooner? I know what kind of man he is, and I know the people he had around him. Maria, is the slave actually dead? Yeah, I felt this one, Franco. I felt this one, obviously from Maria's conversations, but the fact that the dream sequence never showed the Lord's face. And we did see the Lord's face in Yukimasa's backstory. So we got the Lord backstory. I was going to stop doing the Jacopo voice, but I didn't, just because I didn't want to make it, But I was tipped off right there. That's when I recognized it. I have to go to the bathroom really fast, and I think this is the perfect, cliffhanger moment to do it. 17 fucking months, dude. Holy shit. Time really does fly. Let me run to the restroom. I will be right back, and when I get back, we'll keep going. Back to the house in Fata Morgana, and we just hit a major twist. Well, a major revelation, as we always do. There were two lords. The lord that Morgana cursed, the lord of the manor when Morgana was sold by her mom, is not who Morgana has cursed. Morgana has cursed the slave at the brothel who became the new lord and imprisoned her. Whether or not there's a confusion there of who the Lord really is, because I don't think they ever necessarily saw each other. They may have. I guess it's time for us to find out. You better have a damned good reason for this. I came because you said you had something important to discuss. Now, care to tell me who the hell this white-haired man is and what he's doing here? You neglected to mention we'd be having company. And I'm the one who asked him to arrange this meeting with you. And who the hell would you be? He's an angel. Or a prophet. Huh? Did you both finally snap under the pressure? I'll leave it for you to decide what you think I am. I will say, though, that I know everything. I know you've got a girl imprisoned in the observation tower, and I know you're taking her blood and calling it medicine, passing it out at the church. All right, which one of you squealed?
No one told him anything. He just knew.
He knows everything, including my deepest desires and what happens in my next life. He's probably peering into your soul this very moment. You've completely lost it, I see. Well, how you got your information doesn't matter. All I need to know is this. What are you hoping to gain from it? Wealth? My downfall? What? Morgana's freedom. I want you to give me your key, and then I want you to tell me your story. I've come here from the future, from a world after Morgana's death. Her soul courses with hatred for the three of you, and she's placed a curse of eternal suffering on your souls. Has everyone at this damn table gone mad? Did you seriously think I would believe that nonsense? Don't interrupt me. My objective is not so much to rescue Morgana's physical body from the tower, but to save her soul from an eternity of loathing. I can't achieve that on my own, however. because I am not from this time. I have no direct interaction with her or anyone else here until just recently. In order to make her have a change of heart, I need to gather the truth from the people who are from this time. And I suspect that you hold the last piece of the puzzle. The biggest piece. That you have made a far deeper connection with Morgana than anyone else here. No, I'm all but certain of it now. Your perspective is crucial to accomplishing my goal. Tell me your whole story, please. How you ended up capturing and imprisoning Morgana, what you thought and felt along the way. Your truth will get through to her. I know it. That will be the turning point in all this. Her curse will be no more, and you will all be returned to the paths you were meant to walk. Everyone will have their salvation. Ha! Someone throw this madman out. I won't do it.
Neither will I.
You damned worthless curse. Michelle the therapist, honestly, at this point. I'll call the guards then. Who do you think I am exactly? I'm the lord of this land. Under ordinary circumstances, I'd never so much as deign to speak with you lowly peasant. Now get out of my sight, or I'll take it as an act of aggression and you'll find yourself without a head. In this room, right now, you're not a lord. You're a lone man.
Until you hand over your key, we're not letting you leave. And you'll find there aren't any guards for you to call. You're all alone on this estate.
Your preoccupation with staying out of sight played right into our hands. Accept your defeat, Lord. We've already agreed to set the witch free. You cowardly worms.
Ironic coming from you.
I didn't think you'd turn coat quite so eagerly. That nun and your kid sister are in on it too, I take it. We were only working for you. We never felt any sort of allegiance to you. Loyalty founded on what one has to gain or lose is far more resilient than uncertain, fluctuating feelings. But it would appear this white-haired man shattered that foundation. How long have you been colluding with him, cur? I arrived in this era 2 days ago.
Huh?
2 days? In just 2 days, you got these worms dancing for you. They are not dancing for me. I merely spoke with them, and they listened. You're a disturbed man. You couldn't possibly have won these two over in a mere 2 days. He's no ordinary man. As we've said, he knew everything. While I was talking to him, it felt like he was looking directly into my soul.
He's definitely an unusual one, yeah. It felt like he's known me my whole life, even though he just showed up out of nowhere 2 days ago. I didn't believe what he was saying at first, but he knew things he couldn't possibly know. My secret wish, something I've never told anyone before.
Listen, I don't know what kind of tricks you're playing, but now I know why I've never seen you around. If you'd been lurking around the city for longer, sticking your nose where it didn't belong, I would have taken notice sooner or later. I'm impressed. In only 2 days, you managed to convince them both to betray me and set me up. Well, I am indeed the one in charge of this operation, so if it's the witch you're after, I'm the obvious target, yeah. And the 2 dogs there surely have some pent-up rage. So I take it you're gonna tie me up, torture me till I tell you what you want to know? It's not a bad idea. What do you say? Give me the word and he's in ropes. Easy there.
Wait. We agreed we weren't getting rough.
I have no interest in solving this problem with violence. We're here to uncover the truth. We needn't exchange blows, only words.
Anyway, if we were gonna beat it out of him, we would have done so as soon as he walked through the door. We discussed this beforehand. We're only talking. No one's getting into any fights, physically or verbally.
That's right. Well, looks like I've got no way out, so, you got me. I surrender. Take my key. Go on, open the tower doors.
What? Well, that was easier than expected.
Your key is not important right now. Your perspective is what I seek. Why did you make it so the lock required 3 keys? One person is more than adequate for the job, so why split it 3 ways? Is that any of your concern, Kerr? Was it because it was too much weight to bear alone? You didn't actually want to imprison Morgana, did you? Something, somewhere went wrong. You backed yourself into a corner and couldn't escape. I'm done listening to you. Am I right or am I wrong, Lord? Or should I say, Jacopo?
Jacopo? But isn't his name, Jean-Francois Barnier?
That's Lord Barnier to you, you insolent child. You seem to be a bit confused. I'm the son of the House Barnier, which means I'm royalty. No, you're not. I don't know how you came to start calling yourself Barnier, but there is not a drop of royal blood flowing through your veins. The slave revolt at the Lord's Manor 7 years ago. You were there, weren't you? During the revolt, you helped Morgana escape. That's right. You saved her life once. That was you. You were the slave from 7 years ago. Slave? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Me? A slave? Like a hell a former slave could become royalty. You did it, though. You went from slave to lord. Enough. I don't know who's filling that white head of yours with this drivel, but I'm done listening to it. You say another word and I'll throttle you myself. Keep slandering my name, I dare you. Maria told me the slave from back then was dead. She didn't mean it literally, though. She meant he wasn't who he used to be anymore. Maria? Wait, you've been talking to her too? Because she was afraid if Morgana found out, it would only serve to throw her deeper into despair. The man who had once saved her was now responsible for keeping her imprisoned. Listen, do your ears not work, Kerr? I said I've had enough. I need your perspective. There's more to the story, and I'm certain of it. I refuse to believe you acted only for your own benefit, only to cause her pain. Listen, if you want the key so damned badly, then take it. Set the witch free, I don't give a damn. But if you say another word, listen, I'll rip your fucking tongue out. Again, the key's not what I need right now. I need your story. Are you deaf, or are you just an imbecile? Your perspective is crucial to saving Morgana's soul. Enough! When you were a slave, you helped Morgana escape from the Lord. Silence! And you spent the next 3 years with her. Just one more fucking word, I swear to God. So how did you end up here? How did the boy from 7 years ago go from saving her to locking her up and stealing her blood? There's no excusing your actions, no. But please, I need you to tell me how you got to this point. Enough! Michelle. The next thing I see is a dagger in his hand pointed at me. I reflexively try to push myself out of the path of his charge with my dominant hand, which sends a jolt of excruciating pain up my right arm. I'll rip your fucking head off! The Lord swings his arm up, and the necklace spills from my pocket, making a metallic clink as it hits the floor. When he sees it, his eyes go wide for a brief moment. Of course, I'm just as slack-jawed as him. Ooh, I got a little bit of rumble.
I don't think I've ever gotten rumbled. Maybe I did earlier.
What the hell's going on? Why? How? Why am I looking at a familiar cloud of inky black darkness?
Yeah, the Beast chapter did. That's where my mind went. You know what? Maybe I did, because it was back in the Beast chapter.
There's no one to answer my question, though. No time to think about it either. I have to make a decision right now.
The Lord, dagger raised, is quickly approaching. Off to the side, the cloud of darkness is expanding. Okay. Thanks. Oh, I see. Yeah. I would assume reach into the darkness is the real one, so let's shove the Lord aside for a fake one, for like the wrong choice first. Without thinking, I shove the Lord aside. What? The next thing I see is the Lord's body crumbling to the floor. His head rolling off in a separate direction. I'm agape, dumbfounded, my eyes swimming as blood spreads in a pool around his body. Why? Why did you kill him? He was going to kill you. I had no choice. Of course. He just felt the urge.
No.
You weren't supposed to kill him. If I hadn't, you would be dead. I needed his story. Not as much as we need you alive. What does this mean for my next life? How does this affect LeBron's legacy? I shouldn't have shoved him. Getting the truth out of him was more important than my own safety. And now, we can't get anything from him. That was a mistake. I got him killed.
Hey, Michelle, what are we supposed to do now?
There's no changing what's already been done. I need to think forward, how we're going to proceed. We'll go to the tower. We'll try to assuage as much of Morgana's hatred as possible with the two of your perspectives. Come on.
Okay.
As you say. This isn't gonna work. So is this one of the true endings, or is this a dead end ending, Franco? Do you know off the top of your head? I guess I'll find out in a couple minutes, but this is one of the endings? Okay, that's good to know then. Using the key we took from the Lord's corpse, the three of us unlocked the observation tower, climbed the spiral staircase, and opened the door at the top. The air in the room is bone-chilling. A single shaft of moonlight shines through the high tower window, illuminating the young girl imprisoned within. Damn. I'm aghast at what I see. She's been treated far worse than I imagined. Her skin, so deathly pale it sends a chill through me. Just looking at her, I'm not even certain she's still alive. Morgana. Say something, Morgana. Morgana. A combination of relief at the fact she's still breathing and anger at the condition she's in bubbles up within me. How is any of this necessary? Did you really have to chain her up? Tell me,
How was this necessary?
Well, we didn't have her chained up at first. Not that that justifies anything, I know. But she started acting up lately, trying to bite us, getting violent. She even tried to climb up to the window. There's nothing to grab onto or anywhere to put your feet, so it's not like she could even make it that high. But that didn't stop her. She's fallen and hurt herself several times. The chains were the Lord's idea. I'm sorry.
I'll be right there, Morgana. This is sad. Morgana, I've brought a couple people who wish to make penance. I'll have these chains off you soon. Don't worry. You'll be able to return to your old life soon. Morgana, I'm here to set you free. Stay with me, Morgana.
You're all three here.
What?
The three men. You're all here.
Morgana.
You, with the flaxen hair. You're a liar. A charlatan. You're a murderer. You cut off my arm. And you, Lord, it all leads back to you. You tortured me, degraded me for your own amusement. All three of you are here.
Morgana.
Why did you hold all those blood sabbats?
That wasn't me. I'm not the Lord.
Why did you go after me again?
The Lord isn't here, Morgana.
All three of you are right there.
Morgana.
Eternal suffering.
No, Morgana, look at me. I'm here to set you free.
Eternal suffering.
Can you not see that I am not him? Listen to my voice. Do I sound like the Lord?
Eternal.
I'm not the Lord.
Eternal suffering. Eternal suffering on all their souls.
The next second, the tower's draped in blackness. The floor beneath us vanishes, and I hear shouts off in the distance as I'm dragged into the endless darkness. There's nothing for me to grab onto. I simply fall through the void. It's a sensation similar to the one I've experienced a number of times before, sinking into the mansion's darkness. But there's something fundamentally different about this. The utter emptiness, the utter sense of solitude. I can't even breathe. My very essence is becoming one with the darkness. Still, I try to struggle against it when a pair of small arms wrap themselves around me from behind. Loneliness seeps through those arms and wisps about within me, eroding away at my spirit. I'm melding with something.
Will you stay with me? You won't ever leave me, will you? Will you become one with me? Will you stay by my side? I don't want to be alone anymore.
The hatred seems to have left her, but what it left behind, what I'm feeling from her now, is stark, overwhelming desolation. As much as I know I have to get back to reunite with Giselle, my own emotions are washed away by hers, and I am unable to resist as the two of us, now one and the same, fade away into darkness everlasting, leaving behind only a single teardrop that could be either of ours, or both. That's a rough one. That's a rough one, that's for sure. All right. I think that we have an ending 7 and then an ending 8 as well. So we technically have 2 to go. Right?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. 8's the true. Yeah. I figured. So there's one more branching choice point, and I'm sure I'll know what it is when I feel it. Off to the side, the cloud of darkness is expanding. We're going in. I reach my hand into the darkness spreading from the necklace. And as soon as I do... What? Hey, what the hell is this?
What's that black stuff?
The blackness swells, consuming us all.
Hey, no, stop. What is this? Don't make... Watch this!
His shouts fade into the distance, and my mind and body are swallowed up entirely. It's the same thing that happens whenever Giselle and I open a door. The same darkness I've gazed into again and again and again and again in that cursed mansion. That house that exists outside reality. Far, far off in the distance, I can see a gentle light like a hole ripped out of the darkness. Green grass and colorful flowers rustling in the wind. I don't understand. The darkness. It was never present in the past. It was, I thought, a phenomenon restricted to the realm of the dead. So what's it doing here? But even my questions are, in short order, swallowed up by the void. Soon, my body ceases to retain its form, leaving only my consciousness to view the sights, sounds, and emotions of someone's past. I become an observer, as I have many times before. It's a door within a door? Hey, we're going book mode? We heard you like doors, so I put your door inside a door so you can open a door while you're inside a door. I'm staring into a pair of ruby red eyes, open wide with shock. I recall snapping at him, insulting him, but I don't remember what I said, nor do I remember how he responded. All I know is that a wave of churning blackness appeared out of nowhere, washing me away. I'm powerless, helpless, hopeless. My young mind sucked into it like a whirlpool. Young? My young mind? Oh, for Christ's sake, you have got to be kidding me. What? For the love of God, why am I being made to look back at this part of my life? The miserable, stupid fucking romantic I once was. Why am I turning back into the boy I tried so hard to forget? Where'd this absurd black smoke come from? And why can't I get out of it? If it's that white-haired man who's doing this to me, then he's not an angel or a prophet. He's the goddamn devil himself. But all my questions, my confusion, my frustration, everything that composes my present, it's superseded by that darkness, wisping away into nothing. Fuck me up. Here we go. Somebody's phone is ringing. It's 2005 and somebody's Nokia flip phone is ringing. Can somebody answer their phone? To be blunt, the world's a small place. There's an unimaginable amount of it out there, but you only ever get to see a minuscule fraction of that. And that goes doubly so for us. The poor barely get a chance to see any of it at all. And those who were born into affluence, well, they have no idea just how small our world really is. I never yearned for the world outside what I knew. I more coveted it, a splash of spite mixed in. I wanted to claw my way up the mountain, knock all the bastards down who had never seen what it was like at the bottom. And if I'd made it high enough, well, I could do anything.
I would have complete freedom. If that sounds like a childish fantasy to you, well, you'd be right. That's exactly what it was. There you are. You spend so much time in the graveyard that one of these days someone's gonna think you're a grave keeper. Or maybe a grave robber. I can understand a grave keeper, but I take offense at the suggestion I look like a grave robber. I'm praying for the souls who have no one to see them off. The girl, named Morgana, turned around to face me. Though I'd known her for some time, I'd rarely ever looked her in the eyes. Her face was almost always concealed beneath a dark hood, revealing only the tip of her nose and sometimes her lips. Honestly, I don't get it. Why do you care so much? These are the souls that have no one else to pray for them. At best, they may get lip service from a priest once or twice. It's our responsibility to lend a helping hand to the sick and the poor, to pray for their abandoned souls. What I don't get is why you need to pray for the dead at all. They're just bags of bones. I hope you enjoy an eternity in hell, blasphemer. Hey, that was uncalled for. I'm just joking, obviously. You take black humor to a whole new level. Morgana gave me a curt shrug, then turned away. She never faced anyone head-on for very long, and she had a perfectly good reason for it. It wasn't because she disliked me or anything. I don't think, anyway. About 3 years earlier, something happened that had caused patches of flesh to fall off her face. Supposedly, she'd looked fine before then, but I only knew her as she was at that time. The rest of her body was covered in wounds as well, but applying ointment to them had reduced the scarring significantly. Well, her face, though, that showed no signs of recovering. A close friend of mine, a prostitute, said she thought it might be a psychological thing, but regardless, I continued applying the ointment to Morgana's face. Hey, come on, don't turn away from me. I know you can hear me. I brought ointment, so just let me put it on you. It's a waste of time. You don't know that. Your arms look much better than before. It won't be long until your face starts healing too. The ointment isn't free. You're wasting your money. It's my money. I can use it however I please, so just shut up and let me do this. You're a very obnoxious man, you know. What was that? You want me to rub it in real hard, huh? Fine. With a forlorn graveyard as their backdrop, a young man applied salve to a girl's raw, exposed flesh. It was quite possibly the least romantic sight in the world. I would have, at the very least, preferred a somewhat more pleasant location. As the thought fluttered from my mind, I let out a defeated laugh, and I could soon feel her glaring at me. Morgana could be a bit standoffish, but honestly, I don't mind. For her, this was actually quite sociable, in fact. When I first met her, she didn't act her age at all, but now she was starting to show signs of the 12-year-old girl hidden inside. 3 years prior, when I met Morgana, she'd been the victim of an unspeakable abuse at the hands of the Lord. I didn't know why he had done those things to her. I didn't ask either, because I knew doing so would only reopen old wounds. All I knew was that the Lord was so far gone as a human being as to brutally torture a 9-year-old girl. At the time, the only thing that ever seemed to come out of her mouth was the word of God. Everything she said or did was ostensibly for the benefit of others. But it felt to me more like she was acting out of some sort of sense of duty rather than any genuine concern. Honorable, but ultimately hollow. I much preferred this Morgana, even if she could be a bit, jaded. What are you hoping to get out of repairing my face? I'm not trying to get anything, I just want to heal you up. And here I thought you were going to try and make me work at the brothel. How many times do I gotta tell you, I'm not gonna make you a prostitute? What other reason could you have for wanting my face to get better? 'Cause I want to see it? Isn't that enough? Just so we're clear, that wasn't me hitting on you, okay? The thought never even occurred to me. She fell quiet, sitting there, motionless, as I rubbed ointment into her face. Her skin beneath my thumb was rough and unpleasant to the touch, and honestly, rather stomach-churning. It was hard to imagine her face would ever heal. What I'd said about wanting to see her face was true. What I wanted more than anything was for her to be able to live a relatively normal life. I hope you're prepared to be let down if I ever do heal. That possibility's just part of the fun. You have as much tact as a worm. No tact and bad taste. I'm a real winner. It's a wonder no one throttles you in your sleep. Being a guy, of course, I would have been pleased if she turned out pretty with her face healed, but her life was guaranteed to be easier than now, no matter what she looked like. That was what really mattered, ultimately. And I could only imagine how hard it was to have your life turned completely upside down at the age of 9. A large portion of us in the slums had our share of misfortune, but hardly any of them stacked up to what Morgana had had to bear. She had no parents. When I asked about her mother, she'd gotten cagey with me, so I assumed she'd been sold off. And when I asked about her father, though, she just pointed up at the sky, which I took to mean he was dead. Young girl. No family. Sent off all on her own to some strange land somewhere along the line, ended up in the Lord's cruel grasp. Misfortune felt like an understatement, if anything. That said, it wasn't just out of pity that I gave Morgana so much of my attention. The other reason, though, well, she'd probably go running if I told her. Hell, I wanted to hit myself over the head. I'll still be a friend, even if you turn out to be the ugliest girl in the city. You should be grateful. How is it you haven't managed to chase off everyone in your life yet? I act like a decent guy around other people. I do my best to fit in. Then why are you such a dolt around me? Just doing my best to fit in. So you're saying this is my fault? Everyone could use a thorn or two. It makes them more exciting. You especially. Okay, that should be everything. Does it sting anywhere? Not particularly, no. Alright. Also, finish up here and get back to Maria soon, unless you'd rather I just drag you there. Why? Seriously, it's your damn birthday, that's why. And? What do you think, dimwit? She wants to celebrate. Get back in there soon, okay? I'm planning to drop by too. Okay? Okay. She gave a sheepish nod, which was honestly kinda cute, but of course I couldn't say that. So I shrugged my shoulders, feigning exasperation, and then turned to leave. Once I might have offered to accompany her back to the brothel, but Morgana never seemed keen on the idea of walking anywhere with me. Maybe she was afraid of grown men after what had happened to her at the Lord's Manor, or maybe she just didn't want me to be seen with someone who looked like her. So hey, I thought you were leaving. One day, I'll show you the world. I won't get my hopes up. Get your hopes up, damn it, I said with a soft chuckle, and then I took my leave. I had every intention of making good on that promise, and I had more than enough reason to believe I could. 3 years back, there was a slave revolt at the Lord's Manor. That's not quite accurate, though, because while I was partly responsible for inciting the riot, I wasn't actually a slave. The local lord was spoken of in whispers as the second coming of the great tyrant of old. The people were constantly grumbling about how he seemed to treat the land like his own personal playground, exploiting everything and everyone on it for his own amusement. When enough stress and resentment builds up in a contained space, all it takes is a little shove from the outside to burst. And that was our plan. Me and a number of other dissatisfied citizens gathered together to pop that bubble and give the Lord a taste of how we felt about him. With the help of a slave trader, I infiltrated the Lord's Manor. I had known slaves weren't treated well, but Seeing it for myself, I thought most of these people would have been happy of being born a dog or a cat and owned by someone who actually had a heart. It was revolting, a flagrant injustice. Broadly speaking, there are two types of people who see injustice in the world. The first are those who have everything, who sit unchallenged at the top of the world, looking down on the less fortunate with pity. The second are those with nothing, who wish to overthrow the entire system keeping them down. It should come as no surprise that I fell in that second camp. Once I was inside, I went around the manor telling all the slaves about our plan. Most of them had long since lost the will to fight, but with enough assurance there were people on the outside ready and waiting to help, well, glimmers of hope started to return to their eyes. Finding out they weren't alone, that they weren't helpless anymore, it had an incredible effect on their morale. And once the slaves were convinced, the revolt began. It ended up being much larger in scale than I'd imagined. Many lost their lives in the process, but a majority of them managed to escape. Naturally, the slaves couldn't stay in the city, so I directed them to people waiting outside who could take them to another city or a neighboring country. I had neither the money nor the power to guarantee them a good life on the outside, but that hardly mattered to them. Everyone was sure that wherever they ended up would be better than staying, and I prayed that would just be the case. It was during that revolt that I saved Morgana. I would have sent her off somewhere else like all the other slaves, but she was in so dire a condition when I found her that she could hardly even move on her own. She'd been sapped of all her willpower. So I brought her to the brothel, where a friend of mine worked, and asked her to take Morgana in. My companions and I reveled in the revolt's success. It wasn't enough of an accomplishment to have any real political implications, but hey, we still felt like heroes. Drunk on victory, we started talking about going bigger, starting a full-on revolution. Once the elation passed, though, we realized there wasn't much more we could do. Even if we did manage to start a large enough uprising to kill the Lord, well, we were only peasants. Not only did we not know the first thing about ruling, but the other counts would never acknowledge our authority anyway. We'd pretend to be in control until the next in line showed up, and well, that would be the end of that. So we just ended up sitting on our thumbs. No way to do anything about our discontent. Skip forward to about a month before Morgana's birthday. One day, a middle-aged woman approached me. I had never met her before, but she had wavy hair that reminded me a great deal of my own. Looking me straight in the eye, that woman said, "I was once a maidservant for the Barnier estate. They've done their best to keep it a secret, but I had a child with the previous lord, and that child is you." That revelation came completely out of the blue. Listen, according to her, I had royal blood. And if we could convince the Lord of that, well, I would become royalty. And furthermore, she, as my alleged mother, could return to her old life at the manor. The woman urged me to take action, to meet the Lord, reveal my lineage, and reclaim my rightful place at the Barnier house. I'd no longer be a poor peasant living in the slums. I'd have a comfortable life. Well, I obviously wasn't going to agree on the spot. Her story was so blatantly dubious, I needed some time to think on it. If she was telling the truth, though, it could transform our revolution from a dream into a reality. We wouldn't be restricted to inciting inconsequential uprisings. I could seize power legitimately and make some actual change. I asked the woman to give me some time to consider. "Have you decided what you're going to give her?" That was the very first thing when I stepped through the back door of the brothel. Maria, a short, blonde-haired prostitute and a good friend of mine, flashed me a devilish smirk. "I bought a necklace as per your suggestion. Girls appreciate that sort of thing, don't they?" Most do. Me, I've got a taste for knives and other such pointy things. I doubt she has much of an interest in those, though." Sometimes I wonder if you're actually a girl. Anyone could see that Maria and I were close, but our relationship was strictly platonic. Of course, given her line of work, it was unavoidable that people thought otherwise. And honestly, it irritated me every time someone suggested we were anything more than friends.
People have this annoying, short-sighted tendency to assume that just because a guy and a girl are friendly, they must be intimate. It didn't matter that she was a girl, I only thought of her as a friend. As best as I could tell, that's all she thought me as well. Maria and I first met when we were children. Even at that age, she was already a prostitute. Myself, a petty thief. We are both incredibly lucky to have survived to adulthood, with only ourselves to watch each other's backs. It's possible the only reason either of us maintained the willpower to survive this long was because we had each other to bitch about life when things got bad. So is today the day? You finally gonna tell her how you feel? Excuse me? Tell her how I what? Don't be coy. You know exactly what, and it's about time you manned up and told her. I think you've got a better chance than you think. Do I need to remind you how old she is? 12 as of today, practically an adult. I was knee-deep in dick at that age. Alright. You're comparing her to you? The longer you hold off saying something, the more difficult it becomes. Break a leg. Party's gonna be in the back, so there won't be any customers around to interfere. Alright. I chewed over what Maria had said as I watched her disappear down a brothel corridor. She wasn't wrong, and she wasn't overanalyzing. Well, I did indeed have special feelings for Morgana. Women seem to have this strange, somewhat terrifying ability to read people's minds, and Maria was a prime example of that. I'd never once so much as suggested to anyone I might think anything of Morgana, but Maria had somehow managed to pick up on it almost immediately. Well, fortunately, she didn't seem particularly bothered by the fact, though if anyone else were to find out, I could only imagine the looks I would get. I mean, Morgana was 12 and I was 22. That was not normal.
I like the parentheses here.
And I've never felt this way about anyone else that young either.
That's the medical side effects.
Any other girl Morgana's age looked like a kid to me. Why was she different? Covered in scars. Every time we met, she would tell me to go to hell. She refused to walk anywhere with me. No matter how much ice I broke, I could never seem to get all the way through. Yet still, the world felt like it was just a little bit better of a place when I was with her. It made me want to see her smile, no matter how grotesque her face. How would I even go about saying it, assuming I actually did? Well, even if your face isn't still healed in 4 years, I'll take you as my lifetime partner? No, that's terrible. There's gotta be a better way. Now I was getting stressed out, and it was all thanks to Maria. This was supposed to be a day of celebration, not a fretting over some stupid personal matters. Not long after I arrived at the brothel and made my way to the back room, Maria and a handful of other unoccupied girls showed up. Morgana, who was supposed to be the guest of honor, was even more reticent than usual. The prostitutes chatted amongst themselves about work in unabashedly graphic detail, trading info on which customers were good and which customers were bad, all the while Morgana looking incredibly uncomfortable. You guys think you could maybe, change the subject? Like we have anything else to talk about.
Making the birthday girl want to hide in the corner defeats the whole purpose, don't you think?
Oh no, don't mind me. I don't have anything I want to...
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no, don't mind me. I don't have anything I want to talk about, Morgana said in almost a whisper, her head downturned. Well, at least eat something then. The cookies are barely sweetened and dry as rocks, but hey, they're edible. Jacopo, you little bitch. You've got some stones to shit-talk my cookies to my face. Oh, stop it, Maria. Stop throwing things at me. The other girls cackled as Maria and I bickered. Hoping it might have elicited a reaction from Morgana as well, I snuck a glance over at her, but she remained expressionless. You are right about one thing, though. This is Morgana's day. So let's change the subject, Maria said with a little laugh, having hurled everything within an arm's reach at me. Like I said, I don't have anything to talk about. Sure you do. You just have to look a little harder. Not saying you gotta reminisce for us. Hey, it could be anything. Well,
Well, let's see. Here's an idea. Are there any guys you got your eyes on? I spewed my tea all over the table. There is. And then I started choking. What? Seriously? Holy shit. Who is it? Tell me, who's the lucky guy? God. Everyone fell silent. Maria gave me a sympathetic look, and I knew exactly what she wanted to say. Sorry, kid. You ain't got nothing on God. Fucking asshole. If you're gonna dream big, right? Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Pining after the all-powerful, all-knowing God. I'm with you. You bald-faced liar. The grass may be a hell of a lot greener up there, but hey, it's a bit far, don't you think? You're better off settling for the weeds down here. Did she just imply I'm a weed? Maria looked over and gave a wide grin at the sight of me grinding my teeth, then continued. Say, that young man over... Wait, stop right there. Don't say another word. Oh, whoopsie, me and my big mouth. I almost did your job for you. Damn it, Maria. Oh, this was not good. Like hell I was gonna let her corner me into saying it here. I stole a glance at Morgana, but her gaze was locked on her knees. I couldn't see what, if any, kind of reaction she was having. Morgana, what she was trying to say is that I have to go. What? I have to go to the bathroom. Sure. Morgana got up from her chair and left the room in silence. I imagine I was making a rather flaccid expression, because as soon as Morgana was gone, Maria began cackling like a madwoman. My reply was the nearest object, courtesy of my throwing arm. Loser! Oh my god, how hard is it to just say it? Would have been easier if you hadn't cornered me like that. You think I believed you would have done it without a little nudge? I would have, eventually. Eventually ain't gonna cut it. Now's the right time, and don't you worry. Me and the girls won't even make fun of you for getting your rocks off to little girls. Hey, that's not the reason I like her. Besides, hey, I would wait at least 4 years. Oh, doesn't mean you can't tell her now. I think it'd do her wonders, really. She's, well, you know. So I think knowing someone cares about her will lighten the load a little bit. And when she comes back, just give her the necklace. Tell her how you feel. And when she turns you down, we can all get a good laugh about it. Maria and a few other girls chuckled. As uncomfortable as she was making me feel, well, she had a point. Regardless of whether Morgana reciprocated my feelings or not, there was a good chance that just putting them out there would help in breaking down the walls she had built in her heart. Maybe one day, I would actually be able to see her smile. I'll do it. I'll tell her. It didn't matter if I came out looking like a loser. It didn't matter if Morgana wasn't interested in me that way. What mattered was that she knew someone accepted her, regardless of her appearance or the things she'd been through. And if by some chance there really was royal blood flowing through my veins, then I could make good on my promise to show her the world. I could put an end to her life of poverty and abuse, replace it with one of comfort and wealth. Well, I could even buy her better medicine, something that'd actually heal her face. If I truly were royalty, well, I could do so much for her. Makes it sound like I want to be some kind of fairy tale hero or something. But honestly, I wouldn't have minded that. If I was going to make her happy, to wipe away all her past misfortune, why couldn't I be a little bit dramatic? It wasn't usually my style, but in this case, I wouldn't have objected to a storybook ending. This, though, no. This wasn't the kind of story I was hoping for. Oh, it's the night that everything got ransacked. Right. Interesting narrative decision to just run with this age thing and be like, no, it's just not sexual. It's a life partner thing. It's love that's not an intimate sexual love, and just still run with this regardless, and like be so upfront about it. I'm curious.
I'm curious. I mean, it's not my story, right? But I think that it's like this deep in. I'm curious. It's a weird justification to like jump through this hoop here and now. It's an interesting decision. It's a weird one. It's one, obviously a decade ago, really the conversation wasn't as in the forefront as it has been in these past 5 years or so, right? About like grooming and things like that. But it's an interesting one, right? I don't know. I don't mean to like harp on it too much because again, it's not my story. But, seems like something that could just easily be written literally any other way and still have the same, you'd miss out on the joke, right? You'd miss out on the, yeah, you like little girls joke, but like, what does that really, overwrite? I don't know. Anyway, everybody's dead now. The heavy curtains separating the guest rooms had been torn to shreds. They were splattered with blood. A man, apparently caught with enough time to defend himself, lay splayed out naked on a bed, his empty eyes fixed on the ceiling. The whole area reeked of blood. And all I could do was stare, stupefied at the carnage. What the hell? Why? How could this happen? My dumbfounded muttering went unanswered, though. The few who were still alive could no better make sense of the incomprehensible massacre than me. That sudden, arbitrary upheaval of our world, the inexplicable, inescapable reality. Shortly after Morgana stepped out, I heard a woman scream from the front of the brothel. Next, a man shouting. At first I assumed it was one of the customers losing his temper over something, but the tone of the scream seemed somehow off for something like that. And it wasn't long before the noise had escalated to alarming levels, so I dashed toward the source of the shouting. A good dozen men. Bandits or maybe thieves? They seemed more organized, had raided the brothel. They slaughtered all the customers, stripping them of any valuables. They tied up the girls, killing any who resisted. The first thought that rose to my panicked mind was that I needed to find Morgana. I needed to get her out of here, no matter what. I couldn't let her birthday turn into a tragedy. She'd already been through enough, and I had to make sure she didn't suffer any further. I had to make her life into something good. I searched and I searched, but there was no sign of Morgana anywhere, until suddenly something seemed to crash into me from behind, causing me to stagger. It took a few seconds for the pain to set in, which is why, when I looked down to see the tip of a blade sticking out of my gut, blood streamed from the metal surface, and there were little bits of flesh caught on the edges. I turned around just in time to see the man holding it kick me away, and before I had time to process what was happening, I hit the floor and lost consciousness. If I were a hero, I could have surely eradicated all the violent intruders in the blink of an eye, saving everyone, protected that which I wanted to protect, not had to lose anything. But I was just a mere boy, a weak boy, helpless against a few robbers, a useless boy unable to protect anyone, or make it even easier and just age him down a few years, make him 16. Anyway, when I woke up, Maria was kneeling over me, sobbing. No sign of the tough, foul-mouthed girl I knew. Aside from her, there were 2 other girls, also crying, leaving only 4 survivors. Apparently, I wasn't dead. Looking down, I saw my bare stomach wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. The brothel lay in ruins, a bloody pile of torn bedding, clothes, and bodies. I made my way back to the front, and all I could do was stare stupefied at the carnage. What the hell? Why? How could this happen?
Didn't I just read this? Wasn't that like a very like almost exact line to what I read earlier? I feel like I just got in like the most, yeah, there it is. My dumbfounded muttering went unanswered though. Okay, so it wasn't like the most intense deja vu I've ever felt in my entire life. That was actually... All I could do is stare stupefied at the carnage. Okay, so it's just repetition. Maria stood beside me, quietly rubbing her trembling arms. Where's Morgana? Oh, I couldn't find her. Why not? I'm sorry, I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find her. I'm so sorry. I wanted to say I wasn't blaming her, but I couldn't find the words. If I'd had power, I could have prevented this from happening. What kind of power could I have needed, though? The physical strength to overpower the thieves? No. I needed to think bigger. If I weren't a peasant, but someone of real influence and import, well, no one would dare stand up to me. No petty thieves would ever even consider a raid on me. And I would have the power to punish anyone who tried. But regardless, this would have never happened at all. I was supposed to give Morgana the good life, to show her the world, to make her smile. If only I had power, absolute, unflinching power. If I'd climbed to the top of that ladder when the chance was offered to me, well, this could have all been avoided. If only I'd asserted my place as royalty 1 month earlier, as the woman who claimed to be my mother had urged me to. I wanted the power to keep everything I cared about safe, the power to change this damned world, and the power to stop those filthy thieves, the power to keep her by my side. I wanted power. I heard about the attack on the brothel and that you were hurt. I'm so glad to see you're well. About a week after the raid, I went to see the woman who professed herself my mother. As you would expect of someone who'd served at the old lord's manor, she was very elegant and graceful. The shack where she stayed, though, was a drab, shabby place with bare wattle and daub walls. You were concerned about my safety? Of course. Show me a mother who's not always concerned about her child's safety. Says the woman I'd never seen until a month ago. Physical distance has no bearing on a mother's love, she said with a soft smile. Age had clearly begun taking its toll on her, but I could see hints of her former beauty. If you had gone to speak with the Lord and revealed your lineage when I first came to you, you would have never been in that kind of danger. There's still time. Go to the Lord's manor. Show him. I'm not really his son, am I? The woman fell silent for a moment, observing me. I could see the resemblance between us. Yeah, and I had no memories of my mother, so it would be nice if she were to show back up someday, but it just wasn't likely. This whole thing felt extremely contrived. Discussions will progress much smoother if we know... Okay, here we go. Discussions will progress much smoother if we both know what the other wants out of this arrangement. Start by telling me who you really are. Were you actually a maidservant for the previous lord? She gave a nod, then walked over to a grimy shelf, retrieved a ring that looked very much out of place. It was made of gold, engraved with an elaborate insignia. Look at this. It's the Barnier family crest. The previous lord gave me the ring as a gift, and I've kept it ever since, even after our relationship was discovered and I was chased out. I didn't sell it, because I knew I was with child. They will have no choice but to acknowledge you as a legitimate heir if you show them this ring. And why'd you wait so long to come find me then? I was afraid they might kill you if I brought you in as a baby. Why were we separated? Misfortune. One day bandits came and kidnapped you. Presumably they were hired by the Barnier estate because they didn't want your existence coming to light. I consider it a miracle you're still alive. can only imagine the stern look on my face as I listened to the woman speak. Part of me did indeed want to take everything she said as true, wanted to believe I was someone important, but I couldn't convince myself I had anything other than a commoner's blood running through my veins. It would appear you've done your research. I don't have any other family to the best of my knowledge, which does indeed make me a good candidate for you to step in and claim your stake on. If I were to guess, your child with the Lord has either passed away or, well, never existed at all. It's probably true you worked at the Barnier's Manor. It's probably true you had relations with the former Lord. You were chased out. Now you live in poverty. You want to go back to your former, more comfortable life, and while you're at it, take vengeance on the current Lord? But being a woman, you have no means to accomplish that yourself. So you came up with the idea of using a fake son. If your child were still alive, he'd be about my age, wouldn't he? We look similar enough for you to convincingly claim we're related. But the biggest reason you chose me, well, it's because I've made something of a name for myself. Because I was one of the people involved in inciting that revolt 3 years ago. The perfect choice to spearhead a revolution. How dramatic. The man who set the Lord's slaves free was secretly his family. People would eat that right up. So how far off am I? For some time the woman sat there in silence, and eventually she broke it. Not by yelling in anger, or desperately trying to refute me, but with a smile. I knew very well what lurked behind that smile, too. Scorn. You're sharp for a filthy peasant. It would seem I chose wisely. I was right. She was a manipulative, conniving shyster. But that I could work with. That fits so much better. I wasn't royalty, I wasn't a hero. I was a filthy peasant. Alright, I'm in. The first thing I did after agreeing to work with the woman was not to approach the Lord, but to reveal my false lineage to my accomplices. They all thought I was joking, until I showed them the ring. Well, then their dreams of revolution started seeming far more realistic. Maria was the one exception. Not only did she not believe me, she tried to stop me from going through with the scheme. Haven't you had enough danger for one life? Come on, forget all about this revolution stuff. We can build up a new brothel and just lay low for the rest of our days. Does that really sound so bad? You're the only friend I got left, Jacopo. She said, somewhat desperately. I sympathized with her concerns, but I didn't want to let this chance to gain some real power slip away. I was done having things taken away from me. Hear me, my fellow citizens who live in suffering at the hands of your supposed Lord. Within me flows the blood of the previous Lord. I am the rightful heir. Behold, the Barnier's golden ring, proof that I am of noble birth. Victims of this terrible tyrant, the time has come to start anew, and I shall be the one to lead you down that path. The poor, the hungry, the deprived, all of you, stand with me. My call to arms stoked the flames in the people's hearts. When the assault on the Lord's manor began, they were an inferno of righteous justice. No one was thinking straight. I was about the only one with something resembling a clear head amidst the chaos. If I were really a hero, then I would have rejoiced in that glorious day, that momentous turning point in the city's history. I would have been honored to have led the charge. But this was all about one woman's avarice and desire for vengeance. This was all about one man's lamentation of his own weakness. I wasn't motivated by any desire to help these people. The Lord, backed into a corner, begged for his life. I decapitated him, and then held his severed head up for the people. Cheers, shouts filled the air. As I watched them rejoice, I wondered, was this really the future that awaited me? Would the people come after me next? Was my head gonna be in one of their hands one day? The king and the other counts acknowledged my royalty, though it was less because I had the Barnier's ring and more because they thought that was the best way to prevent things from getting any messier. With their approval, I formally became Lord of the land. I also assumed the former lord's name, because despite his reputation with his people, it was a name people knew, and one that held far more clout than my own. Just like that, my long-time dream of power had become true. That said, simply becoming the lord didn't mean everything had fallen neatly into place. Many of the local noble families accused me of requiring my rank illegitimately, and they waited, fangs bared, for me to slip up. They even tried to set me up on more than one occasion. I couldn't trust anyone. On top of that, if I took too long making the improvements I'd promised the people, they would start saying I was as much of a tyrant as the previous lord. So there was only so much I could do at once, though, especially considering my hands so full fending off those vulturous nobles. Exhaustion soon began to set in.
Certified confirmed clout chaser.
This wasn't the world I was looking for. The one I wanted to show Morgana. It was day after draining day of betrayal. Constantly having to look over my shoulder. Fighting to meet unrealistic expectations. I was starting to lose sight of who I was as a person. I couldn't let anyone see me looking weak. They would see it as an opportunity to take advantage, to manipulate me, to eliminate me. I needed power to protect myself from those people. Attaining rank was only the first step. I needed even more power. Enough to ensure that no one would ever be giving me orders, no one could ever play me for a fool. I turned my attention first to bolstering the economy. I provided subsidies to merchants in the city, expanded trade routes, made it known that people of any skin color, even those not welcome in other territories, were welcome here in my land, trying to bring some vitality to the city. The previous lord had evidently loved to throw parties, squandering away nearly all the tax money on his own entertainment. If he had left me more to work with, I could have used it to clean up and repair the slums. But for the time being, that had to remain another item on the checklist. I needed more money flowing through the city as a whole before I could make any headway on fixing up the poorer areas. Helping the people who needed it most quickly became a secondary objective. I had a pretty good idea what my former accomplices still in the slums were saying about me. He used us. I could practically hear him whispering. Some of them even started publicly slandering me in an attempt to undermine my authority, claiming I wasn't suited to be in a position of power because I had spent most of my life in the slums. It wasn't long before they had convinced the people I was just another tyrant. I'd hoped that they, if no one else, would have sympathized with my position, realized I had every intention of helping them, and that I simply didn't have the resources for it yet. But no one saw what I was doing. No one believed me even when I tried to explain. In one case, I invited an old companion to my manor to discuss matters, but that meeting only turned into an attempt on my life. Having absolutely no one I could trust, no one I could call an ally, hit me a lot harder than I expected. It twisted my worldview beyond recognition. I had no need for sympathy. I couldn't show care for anyone, otherwise someone would inevitably use it against me, old friends and strangers alike. In fact, those who knew me best, those who were aware of where I'd come from and what I'd been before, were the ones who fought the hardest to tear me down. Rules needed to be created, punishments established. I couldn't allow anyone to take this power from me. Anyone who so much as suggested I had come from the slums, anyone who dared to disrespect me, well, they had to be eliminated. All threats exterminated before they could reach me. And somewhere along the line, I'd lost sight of my original dream. Lost all my desire to do right by the people I'd cared about. Hell, I didn't have anyone to do right by anymore. Why did I need to climb to the top of the ladder? So no one could kill me. Why did I want money? So no one could mock me.
And why did I want power? So no one could oppose me. 4 years passed. I found myself in a very, very distant place. Miracle blood. Sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land she was born, saving the whole village from drought. They say her blood is part to cure any disease. There we go, there we go. One day, a curious rumor came to my attention. That kind of whispering I wouldn't put too much stock into usually. It was said that there was a witch living in a cottage nearby by a lake. Few had ever seen her face, but they claimed she had the same voice as a girl who had supposedly performed miracles several years earlier in a faraway village. Well, the people loved their stories of heroes and miracles, and if I could show some support for the churches, then maybe people would stop complaining I was focusing too much on the economy. So I devised a plot to capture that witch and make use of her miracle blood. I'd establish a new church, have it be run by a nun the city'd been fawning over for some time. They called her the Saintess. There, I'd take the witch's blood, call it a miracle medicine, distributing it in exchange for tithes, which the people would certainly come for in droves. And if the blood somehow did happen to have special powers, well, then that would make the scheme that much more effective.
How would they know it's her voice from a faraway village? They heard her on the radio. I don't know. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me. I was too busy to handle capturing the witch myself, so I went and found someone to handle it for me. He was a former slave who had several years back massacred an entire carriage of slaves and the slave traders transporting them. Well, obviously not an upstanding citizen, but there was little doubt he would have any trouble apprehending a single witch. The biggest reason I chose him though was because he was enamored with the nun. I honestly thought it was rather hilarious, a murderer falling in love with a nun. I'd been expecting the man to object, but he agreed almost without hesitation. There was a mansion on the outskirts of the city, which the previous lord had built for himself and had gone unused since his death. It was there I decided to keep the witch, and it was there I decided to establish the church. The nun would have ample space there to provide temporary shelter to the sick and the needy, and I thought, with what little remained of my conscience, that I was doing the right thing. If one witch, probably an old woman at that, was all it cost to accomplish such good, well, a worthy sacrifice it was. In an ideal world, it wouldn't matter young or old. A human being was an unacceptable price for anything, but this was far from an ideal world. So I decided that taking what little remained of this woman's life was the best, no, the only acceptable course of action. He just hit this. Just 1 sec, stand by. No, can't hear it. 1 sec. I'll get it. Okay, here we go. This is what he just said.
In a perfect world, men like me would not exist. But this is not a perfect world.
In a perfect world, men like me would not exist. But this is not a perfect world.
I love this video. I met this guy.
In a perfect world, men like me would not exist. But this is not a perfect world.
Thanks, everybody. That's all I wanted to show. In an ideal world, it wouldn't matter young or old. A human being was an unacceptable price for anything. But this was far from an ideal world, so I decided that taking what little remained of this woman's life was the best, no, the only acceptable course of action. She'd probably despise me for it, but I'd gladly accept her hatred in exchange for the benefits her blood would bring the city. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and the poor, to pray for their abandoned souls. Morgana's words from years back popped into my head. I believed that, as aggressive, self-centered, and utterly lacking in compassion as my methods may have been, I was following that mantra. I was offering a helping hand to the people who needed it in the only way I knew how. I wasn't so dense as to think she'd approve of me making an old woman pay the price for my charity, though. Doing this made me no better than a thug. But everything has a price. For every extravagant feast held, a dozen people go the night without food, and that's simply the way of the world. I was no god. I was no saint. I had blood on my hands. I was a villain. I knew no way to accomplish good without doing bad. So after the swordsman departed, I took some time to myself. I filled a goblet with water, smelled it, then gave a bit of it to my pet dog before gulping down the rest. Are you still out there somewhere, Morgana? What would you think of me if you saw what I'd become? Several days later than originally planned, the swordsman finally arrived at the mansion. I'd chosen the observation tower on the grounds for the witch's prison, and it was there I waited for him. He showed up with a burlap sack swung over his shoulder, setting it down on the ground and saying, "There's your witch." I could only hear the muffled grunting from inside the sack, but it didn't sound like an old woman inside. The man's clothes and the bag both reeked of blood. Tell me it didn't harm her, dog. I smell blood. You only instructed me not to kill her. Mistakes were made, limbs were lost. I cleaned up all the blood I got on me. No one suspected anything. That you were able to immediately recognize it as the smell of blood says quite a bit, Lord. You have killed before, haven't you? Enough yapping. She is alive, yeah? Of course. I felt a tinge of guilt for the woman, but it didn't last long. Her role in my scheme and the fate that awaited her was the same, regardless of the condition she arrived in. I tossed my gaze from the man to the bag. He crouched down to untie it, revealing a young girl with one arm severed. And as soon as I saw her, I knew exactly who that girl was. But why? What was she doing in the bag? Why was she the lakeside witch? What was she doing here? Why was she so pale and shaken? Wait, why had I ordered her captured? How could I have done that? How could I let this happen to her? Morgana. My voice was hoarse and rattling. She looked up at me, her face just as disfigured and hideous as it had been 4 years before. My mind flashed back to her birthday, to when I'd considered offering her to take my hand as my lifetime partner if her face hadn't healed in 4 years' time. Is that you? Her question yanked me out of my memories. You remember me. Did Morgana remember me? The 3 years we'd spent together. What kind of person I'd been. The boy who had refused to give up putting ointment on her face. Those horribly unromantic encounters at the graveyard. Her taking shots at me taking shots at her. All that time we shared. How could I ever forget? Morgana, she remembered me. How could I ever forget all the pain and humiliation you put me through? How could I ever forget the blood sabbats you so loved to hold? What? What was she talking about? Haven't had enough, have you?
leaving scars on every inch of my body, wasn't enough for you? You haven't had your fill of my blood. No. That wasn't me. I was the one who tried to heal those wounds. You're the man who bound me, who cut me up, called me a witch, and then tried to kill me. I haven't forgotten you, even for a moment. No, Morgana, I was the man who rescued you from him. I don't care how much my father preaches forgiveness. That's one thing you will never get from me. I despise you with all my soul. I revile you with every fiber of my being. For every scar you gave me, I give you a lifetime of hatred. No, Morgana, I was not aware you knew the witch. Oh, I was not aware you knew the witch, Lord. His voice made my blood run cold. Oh, I didn't just know her. Morgana was... this man, the Lord. He destroyed me. Destroyed my mind and body. No, that was another man. He was already dead. I just took his place. I'd come from the slums. I'd been a part of the slaves' revolt. I knew I had to tell her. He ruined my life. But between the sting of Morgana's accusations and my need to protect my current position, well, I couldn't muster the strength to do it. If someone were to find out I wasn't legitimate royalty, that I'd come from the slums, then everything I'd worked so hard to build up for who, though, would come crumbling down. Do I really think it hasn't already? All I'd left was my power, my rank. Is that what I actually wanted? I couldn't afford to lose that, too. When did I first start straying from the path? Yeah, I knew her. I knew her years ago. I see. What do you want to do then, Lord? You look sick. This doesn't change anything. We lock the witch up, and we proceed as planned. Why couldn't I tell her the truth? How? How could I keep her imprisoned? What did I want power for in the first place? Would anyone ever believe me if I said this wasn't how I wanted the things to turn out? Damn. Would anyone ever believe me? Before me floats a man, twisted and writhing in pain. Although whether what I'm looking at could be said to resemble a human's a difficult question. It's a hazy, indistinct shape, on the precipice of being consumed by darkness everlasting. I know very well what I'm looking at. The moments before a man's soul shattered. Did I do the same thing to him that Morgana did to me? Oh, okay, I'm back to Michelle at this point. Before me floats a man, twisted and writhing in pain. Although whether what I'm looking at could be said to resemble a human is a difficult question. It's a hazy, indistinct shape, on the precipice of being consumed by darkness everlasting. I know very well what I'm looking at, the moments before a human soul shatters. Did I do the same thing to him that Morgana did to me? Was it I who summoned the darkness? Who laid his past bare, who forced him to relive those events, to experience once more everything he felt, everything he thought, who put him through that despair a second time? I can only imagine how he must have felt, causing someone he once cared for so much pain. The things he did are abhorrent, more than deserving of reproach, and it would undoubtedly be easier for him to simply vanish into the eternal abyss. But I can't allow that to happen. He still has work to do. His story is essential. It's almost certain Morgana still doesn't know who he really is, and he needs to face her, to reveal the truth with his own words. That's the only way we're going to get her to have a change of heart. And that's not all he has to say to her either. So I must bring him back, pull him out of the darkness. I grab the man by the arm
and begin scouring the blackness for an exit. After some time, I see a speck glistening high above, so I make my way upwards, back into the harsh light of the real world. You could have let her out at any moment. Yeah, I'm not sold on, I mean, the Jacopo thing is sad, but I mean, he was a shyster just like any of them. Right? He was the one that heard from the lady and was like, yeah, you know what? I'll get power. Fuck it. Fuck it. Sounds fun. Is that a different font? Looks different. The darkness parts, and we reemerge in the dining hall. The man is still straddling me, dagger held above his head, just as he had been before our trek into the past. His eyes are open wide. His hand is trembling. Everyone was kind of bad before Michelle therapized them. That's true. We're not out of the woods yet. A few moments later, his fingers go slack, and the blade slips from his grasp, piercing the wood floor by my face.
Hey, what was that? I swear I saw some kind of black cloud or something.
What happened to you two? Neither of you saw any of that?
Saw what?
If you didn't see anything, then don't worry about it. The necklace, that must have been the key to unlocking his memories. Like when I touched the mirror at the mansion. I have no idea why certain objects show me different memories, but I've got what I needed, I think. I'm fairly certain the white-haired girl is Morgana now. The things Jacopo did to her and felt for her behind that third door have much in common with him and Morgana in this life. Why? Why did you dig that up? How the hell did you do that? Why did you show me my former self? Why did you make me watch that? Why didn't you tell her? Had you only opened your mouth and told Morgana the truth, told her you weren't the previous lord, told her who you really were, things could have turned out differently. Turned out differently how? No one would have only worsened her pain. Yeah, you're exactly right. The man who once saved her life is now the source of all her misery. How would knowing that do anything but cause her more despair? The least you could have done then was let her go free. I'd already put money into setting up the church. Her arm had been cut off. There was no turning back. You can't go back from that. You could have, yes. You could have stopped, then and there. Oh, don't act like you know anything. You couldn't have possibly comprehend the weight on my shoulders, you dirty peasant. You're right. I can't, and I'll be damned if I want to. To hell with understanding the feelings of a man who could so easily lose sight of what mattered most for a little power. Money. Power. That's not what you really wanted to hold. So why couldn't you let go of that? Why did you have to go and let what mattered most slip through your fingers? Had you done anything, it wouldn't have come to this. I couldn't have people knowing where I came from. I needed wealth? Rank? No, you didn't need any of that. Do you have any idea how much Morgana treasured her time with you and Maria? Do you know how she described that period as one of the brightest chapters of her life? Those 3 years she spent at the brothel until it was attacked. She said that was where she learned how to find joy in life. Enough. She'd never say any of that. Why do you refuse to believe me? 'Cause she never opened up to anybody. That's just your fantasy, what you want to see in her. You're trying to convince me of something that was never there. No. I think he's right, Lord. I believe she did feel that way. The day I killed that carriage full of slaves 4 years ago, this girl you're talking about,
She was there. Wait, that can't... And she said this to me before I began my massacre. I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me. And she was crying as she did. So that's who she was talking about. It was you. There's no way. When exactly did the brothel attack 4 years ago take place? It was the winter. I see. Winter 4 years ago is when I met the girl, too.
That reminds me. She mentioned something unpleasant happening to her 4 years ago during one of our conversations.
Oh, Mel, but you're trying your best.
That she forced to part ways with the people who taught her that humans are capable of kindness. She was talking about you.
There's still time. You can still set Morgana free. You can still reveal your true self to her. She was likely in shock that day, not seeing or thinking straight, and she still thinks you're someone else. Hearing you were the Lord, it set off something inside her, preventing her from seeing who you really were. Her time in the previous Lord's captivity left scars even deeper than she knew, so all it took was that one word, and in her eyes, you became him. Which isn't to say you haven't caused her much pain yourself, but I still believe your truth is the key to allaying her hatred. It will change her perception of the world. I'm certain of it. So please, release Morgana. Spill your heart for her. I was planning to end it all with the Harvest Festival. What? I was already planning to set her free then. I knew damned well it was much too little, much too late. But I needed an excuse to face her. Some occasion to give me that last nudge. So I told myself, that's gonna be the day. That's when I'm gonna do it. But you had to show up out of nowhere, digging up my past, throwing all my plans out the window. You still think I'm the reason your carefully laid plans fell apart? Oh, I'll let her go. During the Harvest Festival, tomorrow she goes free. Tomorrow is too late. Oh, what difference does it make? When the bell tolls noon on the day of the Harvest Festival, Morgana dies. I've had more than enough of your so-called prophecies. I'm done. Why do you still refuse to believe me? I'm not making anything up. I'm from the future. I know how this ends. Having an occasion and a plan can certainly make it easier to take action, but you can't just wait for the right occasion for everything. Sometimes, if you don't act on something as soon as you've decided to do it, you'll miss your chance. In your next life, you make the same mistakes. You lock someone up that you care about, eventually causing her to break down entirely. And you're so fixated on waiting for that right occasion that you completely destroy any chance of salvaging anything. If you're set on releasing her, then release her. Jacopo, stop being so damned fixated on your occasions already. Enough. Damn you. You're right. You don't have to tell me I'm being a fool. I'll do it. Right now, I'll do it. I'll release her. Thank you for making up your mind. I didn't make the lock require 3 keys because the weight was too much to bear alone. It was because having others with me, it would force me to keep up that Lord facade, to prevent me from letting anything slip. Or maybe I was just waiting, hoping somebody would betray me and make me pay. Pathetic. I know. You can have the necklace. It belongs to you. Though I doubt Morgana will accept it, I hope you'll still attempt to give it to her yourself. Will you do that? Where'd you get that anyway? From Maria. I thought she'd have thrown it out by now. I assume she doesn't think very highly of me. Be honest with me. She was planning to kill you. Maybe that would have been for the best. To her, well, I'm nothing but a power-hungry traitor. The necklace. I'll take it. Here you are. When he takes the necklace, Jacopo looks as though he's on the verge of tears. Whether from the pressure of not wanting to lose face, or simply because he's no longer able to, he doesn't actually shed any, though. The other two just stand and watch him quietly. Neither of them saw the vision of his past, but they don't pry either. Our exchange was probably sufficient to give them an idea of what happened, even if they don't know the details. Clutching the necklace in one hand, Jacopo takes up the head of the procession to the observation tower. And while it lasts but for a brief moment, I see an image of the young man he used to be in his slightly slouched shoulders. They each insert and turn their individual keys, the lock disengaging, and the door giving a deep groan as it swings open. Thursday, the grand finale of the house in Fata Morgana. The 3 keys are ours. We're heading up to the top of the observation tower where Morgana waits. This song will get you every single time. There are a few of them, Lurking Horror. There are definitely a few of them that really get me every time. It's been a long journey. It's been a long ass journey, man. Our first save on August 28th, 2022. And Thursday, it's all over. Thank you everybody for being here. And we're going to wind down for the night right here with the finale of The House in Fata Morgana